Welcome, everyone. Thank you all for coming. Did everyone get a chance to get the handouts on the table with the maps and everything? Wonderful. Thank you, Leslie, for getting those done today for us. So tonight we're gathering to review the new building permit ordinance amendments. And this was passed down by the state of Maine for us to amend our ordinance for building ordinances. And so it's been to the attorney and back. And you all have seen the maps out back, or you've grabbed them. And the new ordinance is based on our 2008, what do we want to call that? The town comprehensive plan. That was never really instituted much at the time. I wasn't here, but. What's that? Me neither. And should anyone review it? How should I handle this? I don't want to read it. It's so long. Yeah. Great. All righty. Are there any questions or comments? Has anyone had a chance to look at it? I know it's kind of difficult to read it with all the strikeouts from the attorney. And if I could get you to stand up and give us your name, please. Thank you so much. That way everyone can hear you.
My name's Paul. I noticed that some of these maps here with yellow highlight. What does that refer to?
Go ahead, Leanne.
We just had the big maps created today, so I was trying to have something that was clear for people to see, so I highlighted the original maps from the planning board, which was just penciled with the earrings, you know, shaded.
Right, but some of that is shaded in yellow and some is not on the same street. I was just kind of wondering what the shaded yellow refers to. Is there changes attributed to what's in yellow?
Peggy?
Maybe I can speak. I'm the one who did most of the revisions. So the Maine passed this law and they augmented the implementation date is July 1st. So this is in effect for the whole state of Maine. And the primary aspect of the law is that any single family house lot in the state of Maine now has to allow 2 dwelling units on it and a third that's called an accessory dwelling. That's for any house lot in the state of Maine. And if all the towns were supposed to have a growth management plan. And the growth management plan is documented primarily in the comprehensive plan, which our town did in 2008. The details of this is on the website Leanne is posted. And in our comprehensive plan, addressing the growth potentiality of our community, there were areas that were rough hand drawn as designated growth areas. And when the plan was accepted by the state, it became a legal document in that the town would recognize designated growth areas. To implement the plan, there was a process initiated in which the town had a committee to look at the recommendations, make an action plan, and then start to work towards implementing. However, that whole process fell apart after 13 months. I went to town hall, looked at all the meetings. So how it stands now is that the comprehensive plan shows areas of growth. They weren't specified. I'm on the planning board, I'm the chair of the planning board. So what I did was I took those areas and looked at all the individual tax maps and figured out where the growth areas are. And the reason you want to designate growth areas because under the new law, any lot in a designated growth area may have up to 4 dwelling units and an accessory dwelling unit. The primary limit is you have to meet the setback, to use 25, there's 25 to the road and 20 on the other three sides of each building. And because we do not have a municipal water and sewage department, accessibility. As a general rule, any dwelling has to have a minimum of 20,000 square feet for a septic, the 50 amount of land for septic. So that means that an acre is about 42,000 square feet, so a typical acre could allow maybe 2 dwelling units. So that's one part of the comprehensive plan was designated the areas. The other part, it said in our comprehensive plan is that we can enact it by having smaller minimum lot sizes in those designated growth areas. And currently we have 3 acres for the whole town, and the planning boards decided to do, we did it to 1.5 acres for those areas, just trying to institute what was in the comprehensive plan.
So some of that, if someone's a landowner, they are now in the shaded area, the yellow shaded area, how does that affect that particular landowner if you've got a single family dwelling?
No, it's only that anybody who owns property there is allowed to put additional dwelling units on it. Now, the state didn't look too far ahead, because if you put 4 dwelling units on your property, you can't divide that up and sell those 4 separately. I mean, there's no mechanism to allow that at this point, as far as I can see.
Leslie,
Can I just ask a question? Maybe I haven't misunderstood something.
hold on. Can I get you to stand? I just want people to hear everybody as best as we can.
Enough on the perfecting the proposal for the additional. I was under the initial impression in looking at the ADU changes that it simply required that anyone, anywhere in town, be allowed to have 1 additional dwelling unit.
Okay, there's 2 separate things. The law says how many dwelling units per property, and the ADU is a separate category.
My understanding was it was that you were allowing 1 accessory dwelling unit, not that it was dwelling unit plus accessory dwelling.
Well, if you read the law, the way the regulations are, it's clearly that any, well, there's a few little jumps about whether you have a house on there or not, but, okay. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, any area in which residential uses are allowed, including as a conditional use, a municipality shall allow up to 2 dwelling units per lot if that lot does not contain an existing dwelling unit, except that a municipality shall allow up to 4 dwelling units per lot if that lot does not contain an accessory dwelling unit. And then it's further down, it says, a lot with 1 existing dwelling unit, the addition of 2 dwelling units, 1 additional dwelling unit, and 1.
Is that for everywhere, or is that if you have septic and or?
Right, well, so what's going to
happen?
happen, the process is going to be, is this is a building lot permit standard, so if you want to put something on your lot, you have to apply for a building permit. And part of that process will be seeing if your existing septic can accommodate in an initial additional amount of people.
My understanding of the law, which again, I'm the first to say I do not a clear understanding, so I will not challenge that. But my understanding was that when the ADU proposals came in, that they were related, and I remember reviewing it with someone in one of the planning sessions that for something like Hartford, it would be talking about 1 additional piece, not
There's no
3 or
way.
4, because we did not, but I do remember that it was different if you had zoning. We didn't have zoning, we don't have separate zoning.
Right, for any house lot in the whole state of Maine, even if you have no zoning units, you can allow 2 dwellings and an accessory. That's the way it's come down.
Okay, I would like to check that because
That's,
have we had a clear, I would like to see.
okay, this is why I put this piece of paper together after the questions that were raised previously. And I want to write on, you can access it on the town website, and it has the links to all the state sites that the information came from.
Daryl,
So really, the changes in the ordinance are twofold, if I understand correctly. One is addressing the new state rules. The second has to do with our comprehensive plan and in essence, implementing zoning. From my perspective, I think doing the second component is sort of putting the cart before the horse. Our comprehensive plan was done in 2008, 16 years ago. We no longer are consistent with the Growth Management Act. We're no longer certified by the state. That ran out after 12 years.
You know what that means?
Yes, I do know that. You still have a comprehensive plan, and you can still operate against your comprehensive plan. But for example, the State Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry puts out a document that addresses the legislative incentives for adoption of the comprehensive plan that is consistent with the Maine's growth management. Here's what they said: only communities that adopt a consistent comprehensive plan, which we do not at this point, can enact zoning, legitimate zoning, impact fee or rate of growth ordinances. I read that and say, can we indeed enact an ordinance, a legitimate ordinance, if we're not consistent with the Maine's growth management? So from my perspective, what I'd like to see this town do is revisit our comprehensive plan, either update it or do a new one. The state recommends comprehensive plans be done every 10 years. I noticed in your explanatory document, which was actually very helpful, you referred to the I don't remember what the time frame was, but the town of Hartford has increased by 25% its population. For me, and I assume that time period is somewhere after 2008, maybe you go.
Right, that was, I think I did.
2000 to 2020, 20 years.
Was 2000 to 2020, because the comprehensive plan was updated.
So over the past 20 years, we've had a 25% increase in population. Our comprehensive plan was done in 2008, well before that. That means 25% of the population of Hartford had nothing to do with the comprehensive plan. We don't know if they actually agree with our comprehensive plan or not. So for me, you know, jumping immediately to an ordinance after 16 years of not implementing and implementing something is just a jump too far. I would rather see a path that's looking at that plan and seeing what is it we agree with, what don't we agree with anymore. For example, one of the high density areas is on Bear Pond Road. Quarry Road. Yeah, but it's essentially right at Bear Pond. I question the logic of increasing the density of houses right around one of our treasuries, Bear Pond. For me, I would not be supportive of a high density housing area around Bear Pond. So for me, I guess I would like to see it kind of slow down. The state law is going to apply whether we make a change or we make a change in the ordinance to just deal with that component and not do the extra jump to zoning. Because if I understood it, again, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but my understanding of the stuff you sent around was if you have a high density or a higher density zoning area, the number of dwellings on the property actually increases, it doubles. So if your laws apply to every lot in the town, then it's either 2 plus an accessory or 2, whatever the law actually says. But if you're now in that zoning area, it jumps to 4 plus, I don't know if it's 1 or 2 accessory dwellings, but it essentially covers. And that's a mandated component of law, so, of the new law. So, I'm not sure we thought all of these things through enough to make this kind of jump at this stage, in my mind, especially since, I'm seeing this sort of for the first time, 2 months before we're gonna be voting on it in town meeting, so that's my consensus. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I have a new phone, I don't even know how to open the file. So after I wrote all this stuff up, I just look around on the internet to see what other towns are doing about this, because it's such a big contentious issue, whatever. And I came across the Southern Maine, like APCOG this year, there's one for Southern Maine. And they had on their website the, public session that was held prior to their final rules that came out in October of '23. And there was the same, that question was asked again, that if a comprehensive plan is not, consistent, it says that it's the provisions that are in it can still be enforced. And another part I had found on the state website that said an inconsistent comprehensive plan means that it's not eligible for state funds for extra development. Like, see a developer wants to come in and put in economic, low cost housing or something, they can't get state funds. That was all from the part of the state government that deals with the development, economic development and the land use. They were the ones who said that, the comprehensive plan is not consistent. They're the ones who decided we needed to have comprehensive plans. And there's the one that answered the question and said, if your comprehensive plan is inconsistent, it means that you can't get state funds for a development. So you said something in the agriculture, so that's a conflict between separate different departments of labor. Yeah.
So this,
Steve's next.
again, and this, I think the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry may be the ones who implement all this, but so there are actually a set of bullets of non-consistent comprehension, towns with non-consistent comprehension. They reverse the way they state it. Only communities that adopt a consistent comprehensive. So we're in one of those communities that did not following defendants, and I already read the first enact requires state agencies to comply with local government standards, qualify for preferred status between state competitive grant programs, guide state growth-related capital investment for locally growth areas. They cannot qualify for site location development act exemptions for certain growth area development. They cannot qualify for relaxed Maine DOT traffic permit standards for certain growth area developments. They cannot qualify for authorities to issue natural resource protection act permits, and they cannot qualify for authority to issue site location or development act permits. So I don't know what all of those things mean and what the implications of that is, but what I do know is it would definitely be far better for the town of Hartford to have a comprehensive plan that is once again consistent with the growth management act, which again to me says we shouldn't be making changes based on our old comprehensive plan at this stage of the game. We should go back and see what we might need to change. And hopefully, I was around when that, in fact, I started participating in the actual process, but got very frustrated and gave up before we went to completion on it. I'm not completely confident that everybody in this town who might indeed have an interest in understanding what the implications of these kind of changes are to, one, our habitats, our wildlife. Again, having one of the growth management zones being right at Bear Pond doesn't sound to me like it's terribly sensitive to potential environmental impacts to the pond. So I honestly would hope that some of these 25% of new people in town would be eager to participate in updating, our comprehensive plan, and once again, getting it consistent with the growth management.
Stephen,
So,
would you stand, please?
Yeah. I just want to say that, I think that the committee for this should still be preparing a year or not, because you can, if this is gonna happen, can go through, you could take an old farmhouse and call it condos and turn 3 units in a barn, and then I could sell that condo, that room to you, or the car in the garage, that little, I've seen it done in Portland. Right now, there's over 1,000 units being built in Moose Auburn for recycling units, condos, and it's coming, so there's no kind of ordinance trying to stop that kind of stuff, it's gonna come, and it's going back fast, and investors, I have another property in another town, and every 2 weeks I get a letter from the investors not to buy the property, just to, build full houses.
Peggy?
So my understanding is that, if we have a comprehensive plan, even if it's not up to date, or what is it, forget that.
Consistent,
Accept-
consistent, yeah.
Is that it's still a legally binding plan. So if somebody looks at our comprehensive plan, says, oh, there's obviously properties that are in your designated growth areas. Therefore, since it's a designated growth area, I have the right by the state law to put 4 units, 4 dwelling units. And they could sue the town if you don't let them have, have the the investigation, building permits and stuff like that. That's why I thought we should go as far as the comprehensive plan. That's why I researched to see if the comprehensive plan, even if it wasn't up to date, it was still enforceable. I didn't know that when I started. I was trying to figure out how everything fell together or didn't fall together.
I do want to say, we thank you so much, Peggy. You took the bull by the horns and ran with it. Did so much legwork as the head of the planning board. And it was hard because it was so sketchy. I feel like we didn't really, there were so many ways you could see how you want to write it. So, which is why we're having this hearing, because boy, do I get what you're saying too.
And I mean, the reality is, well, I tried to track down who was involved in the comprehensive plan, because when they do that drawing of where the designated growth areas were, I wanted to know, did you actually know where they were? Or did you just take a pencil and say it should be just about here? Because I didn't know how to interpret it. And the only person living in town is Judy Hamilton, who's on that group that did that, and she didn't remember anything. And then there's, what's his name, who moved to Texas, who used to live there. I still am on Facebook, but he didn't respond to anything. The other people are, it is true, we don't have anybody else who can, stick up for what they decided.
Daryl?
Marie Maxwell, I know was, on that committee, at least at the beginning. I can't recall if she was on it all the way to the end, but she might be someone, to talk to as well. And let me say, I'm speaking against what you've done, but I'm not in principle against the town ultimately developing a zoning ordinance. And actually, just one other question I'll ask is, one of the areas, it's the one that's kind of central, it's the area of the that's right around here. In the that was designated as commercial and medium density residential. Medium density residential. And I don't know that I saw anything addressing commercial. So in some ways, it may be that ultimately what the town wants to do is actually develop a zoning ordinance that covers all of these things. I mean, I understand, right, it's folding into the building law standards, but it doesn't have to be done.
I just saw how we put the stuff together. That's why I put it.
And I truly do appreciate you put a lot of effort into it. Your document actually helped me understand a lot about this, but again,
I mean, I recognize that issue about the development for businesses, and, because it says that in a comprehensive plan, if somebody wanted to put a store along here, we don't have any way to limit it or assess it. I guess, you know, I talked with the CEO about this, and he, you know, he said there were certain things he knew about, like putting in parking lots for rain drainage and stuff like that. I said, well, that's our next, I mean, besides a comprehensive plan, that's what we need to do in the planning board, is to actually come up with some kind of assessment for businesses, and, you know, stipulate what we need to do and whatever. I mean, there's a few basic things for the shoreline zone, like a ticker list of what you can and can't do there, like signage and stuff like that. Not enough to encompass all the business things that we come up. And my son-in-law is in South Portland, the assistant manager of the town. And I was probably was looking for a resource, and oh my goodness, they have a 600-page document for their, you know, business zone. So I mean, it's a lot of stuff to get to.
Yes,
Go ahead.
I just had a question, the,
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Taylor Smith,
Hi, Taylor.
so the original comprehensive plan 2008, when they picked the zoning areas, is there any sort of maps that overlay the growth in each of those zones, like, are they maxed out, or are they?
No, there's hardly any.
Not maxed out, you know what I mean?
No,
So, what they grew from what they were originally?
No, there really hasn't. I actually used Google Earth and went over and looked and to try to see how much growth there is.
Thank you.
You know, in those areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I go get some comprehensive plans to hand out?
Would anyone be interested in Leanne getting some copies of the comprehensive plan? Thank you, Leanne, very much. Yes,
Yeah, my name's Tom. I had a question about the 3 acres and 1.5 acres in growth areas. Does
Yeah.
that now mean people in those areas have 2 house lots and they can sell off this other house lot, and now that can be, you know, populated with accessory dwellings?
it does mean that.
That does mean that. Of course, we're gonna, you have to go through, you know, it divided and deeded and everything. And there's one exception, there's one notable exception to this whole thing, is that if you're like in a subdivision, or even you could probably put this into your own lot or lots, is that if you have a deed covenant that restricts that you can't have more dwellings on each unit. If you have it in your deed, then this needs to that.
Right, that doesn't supersede.
Right.
I just want to make sure, is there anyone else that wants to speak before I let Daryl go again? Tom, are you all done?
Yep.
Okay, Daryl, come on down. You're the first contestant.
Again, I didn't read the ordinance, thoroughly. I don't know if it's in there. Is there road front, what's the road frontage for 1.5 acres, since there is a, I think.
It doesn't,
isn't the road
there's no,
frontage,
they no change the road frontage.
but road frontage for 3 acres, I think is 250 feet.
It would be the same, it would probably have to be backlots.
So you would almost, you couldn't split it into 2 if you did road frontage requirement. Well, that.
Yeah.
Yes, Ken.
I guess Peggy, I have a question, and I want to thank you for all your work that you've done. Is it, from what you said, is it safe to assume that the other comprehensive plan, your interpretation is that it is a state mandate that we go in the growth area? It isn't an option? Can we revisit the growth areas? Because the growth areas just don't seem to be proportional to your point. Currently live with. It just doesn't seem, it seems willy-nilly on the growth areas that I saw, and I think that should be revisited at some point and put into that perspective for 2023. Is there a way that town could do that? To your point that you brought up, I think it needs to be revisited. But is it a mandate that we have to allow accessory dwellings to that extent in those growth areas? So can we limit that? And how many acres does that actually consist of up here? It seems growth area.
Daryl?
Well, really, I'll respond, but I think, but yeah, I'll go there, I think very well, we read the legislation. We're not mandated to have zones.
Right.
We do have then there are things that are mandated to apply to those zones. So at this stage, we could stay as we are, and the rules that apply to every lot, in the town. If we create the zones, then the legislation applies differently to those in high density and those in low density. So the 3 acres versus the 1.
So saying that your interpretation, the road area is currently at like 1.5 acre lots.
No,
No, right now in the town of Hartford, the building lots ordinance says minimum 3 acres lot, 250 or 200, I don't know.
Or got it.
Yeah, every lot, to build on a lot in the town of Hartford, on 3 acres.
Under the new law, it's gonna be.
That is
Right.
No, only if we have zoning.
Well,
By the state, that's not mandated by the state law changes.
the state law says a municipality shall allow up to 4 dwelling units per lot if that lot does not contain an existing dwelling unit, and that lot is located in a designated growth area within a municipality consistent with, and that's all the stuff about the comprehensive plans. I mean, you can look, it links to another part of the, the law, the state law. So, and I think I looked up these at the time, and that was what you're describing the comprehensive plans. We definitely do have a designated road there.
Here's where I was, technically, seems to be different. We have a comprehensive plan that recommends the town consider these growth areas with higher density. That is all a comprehensive plan does, it recommends, it is not an ordinance. It is not an ordinance that creates zones. So the follow-up, if the town had implemented the recommendations of the comprehensive plan 16 years ago, it would have passed an ordinance doing what your revisions to this ordinance are proposing to do. It would have established a higher density zone and the standard density zone that everybody has now would still have been in those areas that were not designated high density.
Yep, hey,
So the process that I've been through with the planning board, is this process, it's like documented in your notes, or whatever, that it's part of the archives of the town? That I've been through for going through, making this adjustment to the building lot standards?
I'm assuming that the comprehensive plan is a part of the,
Right, well, the reason I'm asking is because if we've made these, if we've gone through this work, but the town hasn't, well, it will be a town meeting whether it gets accepted or not. All I've really done is, this is a term, operationally defined, it's told exactly which lots are involved. That's all I did, I just tried to follow that the best I can. So somebody, from what my reading is of what's going on here, is that somebody could come in and say, this is what it says, you should be giving me for building permits because I have enough land to do this with. Although I have to tell you, it could trigger the subdivision, that's another conflict. Because I'm not, they didn't think all this stuff.
A lot of moving parts.
What?
There's a lot of moving parts.
Yes, there are, but
but I see what you're saying, what Daryl's saying. We created a 2008 comprehensive plan. I wasn't here then and neither was Kathy, but it sounds like it just didn't get implemented. It sounds like it
Right.
didn't go to the ordinance committee and say, we're gonna designate this.
I actually have all the.
Zones.
Right.
So it was kind of like, here's the idea, here's what we want to do, but it just never moved forward.
Right. So I figured if I'm enacting something people decided to do 20 years ago. I don't know, I just.
I don't know if it takes into account where things are going now, where the growth areas and whatever.
A lot is changing.
I did think of trying to, narrow down, find out how many building permits there have been since 2000, but, and where they are, plot them on the map, that's one thing that could be done.
Have we ever, and I don't know the answer, have we ever promoted by saying to folks, these are our growth areas, this is where we'd like you to build or buy, or
No.
nothing like that has ever happened?
No.
Is there such a thing of, is ditching the old 2008 plan and starting from scratch, and
No, it has to be updated.
it
It
has
has
to
to be
be up?
updated, and I don't know if you ever remember my saying this, but I've been saying it for a while, we need to do something about our comprehensive.
We probably should look-
Peggy's told me
Pardon?
several times. She goes, Sue, you need to get going on that comprehensive plan.
Well,
Yes,
and
I
I've been
can't do it now, that's just.
for stuff.
It's actually the chairman of each board, the board of selectmen, it's in our ordinance, who's on the comprehensive plan
Yes.
committee.
And of course, when we have a comprehensive plan we're working on, there's an awful lot of public hearings and people coming in and saying what they think. And, it's actually a very good learning and listening experience.
Yes, Leslie.
I know for some years, we did actually meet as comprehensive plan members for some number of times each year to sort of look at things, see where we were ready to move along further, and were we not moving along further, or where the town was going. I think that got dropped a number of years ago, but initially there was a period of time when the comprehensive plan committee did meet.
I believe it was called the Comprehensive Plan Review Committee,
I believe it was.
because when this was passed in 2008, it was agreed at that time that this would be a working document. Yes.
Daryl,
I was actually chair of the ordinance committee, back then, I was chair of the ordinance committee for about 10 years. And we were actually never asked, I mean, you were, I think, the select person back then, maybe as well. We were actually, as an ordinance committee, never asked to develop an ordinance. And I don't remember the reasons why the town wasn't ready to move to implement the plan. But, I guess one of the big components for me would be what indeed would be the economic impact of doing so to the town and to the landowners. Will your taxes increase or will decrease as a result of increasing density? Don't know the answer to that. Probably depends on the demographics of who moves in. If we've got kids that go to school, they would be older than you don't have kids in school. Those sorts of things are all factors. So, again, to me, that all supports slowing things down a bit and getting a better understanding.
Al,
I would think you'd end up raising, I couldn't think you'd raising property taxes on the people that live in those areas, because the property's worth more money, if you have 3 houses on it. So you might start paying taxes right off the bat before you even have a house. I don't know how that's gonna all plan out. You have to take that into consideration, the value goes up, taxes go up. You're putting more burden on people that have land, if they really don't wanna do that, but they have to pay more taxes.
yes,
Well, regardless,
Tom.
regardless, this all goes into effect July 1st statewide. Whether or not we vote, this is a state mandate, right?
It's a state mandate, correct.
The new apartments, not accessory. Not rezoning.
Right, the rezoning. Up to the town division, right? As this gentleman said, 25% of the town have an apartment.
Yeah,
This.
I can clarify what you're, I think, saying. If, for example, the town in town meeting voted down these revisions to our building lot ordinance, we would now have to abide by the state laws. So all of those things that are part of the state law would apply, whether they're in our ordinance or not. So the rule of thumb is a town's ordinance has to at least cover state statute. It can be more strict, but it can't be less strict. So if we did nothing, the state laws would apply.
Yeah. So regardless of this, there's good evidence that in the schools, too, which are already operating on a trailer.
Right,
A lot of overflow fee. A lot more people coming to town.
absolutely. Lee?
This law is different from any of the other state laws that have been enacted. In that, in fact, we are not allowed to be more strict than the state. We are only allowed to be more lenient than the state. It's completely the reverse of everything you know is all on its head in that department.
Peggy?
This is the document that was put out by the state to answer all the questions about LD 2013, and it says, my town has an out-of-state comprehensive plan that does not accurately reflect designated growth areas. If this is the case, does the law still apply to my municipality? Also, what if my town's comprehensive plan does not align with the law? This still applies to municipalities with outdated comprehensive plans. The department encourages municipalities to use their best judgment when determining where growth areas are. The department also encourages municipalities to update comprehensive plans to better reflect housing goals for the future. So it says it still applies, even if you have an outdated plan. That's what I was trying to get at, was that we had growth areas. If you didn't have any year 8 to about 8, it wouldn't be an issue.
Any other comments, thoughts, ideas? Yes, Tom?
All kinds of thoughts. What happens now? Lee said you could be, the town would be more lenient, but not more strict. So,
That's what they say.
so normally, if I wanted to build another dwelling unit on my property, my septic system would have to be redesigned. But unless the town
Very likely.
gives me
Because
exemption.
that is one of the things about putting all of these dwellings on your lot, because your septic system is gonna have to be up to snuff.
Right, so it's now a 6-person septic, a 3-bedroom, 6-person could turn into a 16-person septic real quick. Unless you redesign the leach field.
That's gonna be something that
That's
people
the
want to
limiting
put all, it's possibly the most, the biggest limiting factor. Is that people are gonna want to put in industrial size septic systems. Does this mean that each one of these, separate houses will have its own septic system? And that's also a possibility. Most new houses that go in do have their own septic. So,
They still have to meet all the code enforcement rules
oh
for
yeah, they have.
getting the permit, the
plumbing
plan
codes.
approved and. Al,
Sometimes they're gonna put in bigger septic systems, you're supposed to have enough room, if that system fails, to be able to put another one.
Well, the state law says 20,000 square feet per dwelling unit.
With no expansion,
It doesn't state further than that.
so you can get in big trouble without having other things, you know what I mean? When septic systems fail at times. So, you know, you gotta keep that in mind. Common
Steve?
sense.
would you stand? I'm just trying to get people to hear you.
There's nothing for sale. Every house goes up for sale, sold a week. And people want to move, we're coming here from the south, and since COVID, it's just real estate. You know, so they're just trying to find ways to make more housing for all these people coming here.
That's exactly what they do.
Well, just keep them in those big apartment buildings down. Those
It's
apartment-
in our lane. Jabbing.
Daryl,
Well, I just wanted to ask Lee a little bit more about the more lenient or strict Because, I mean, lenient and strict are relative terms, so if I understand what they're saying, being more lenient in the case of this legislation, the town could say you could have 5 houses on your lot. The town could not say you can only have 1 house on your lot.
Correct.
So I would see that as the town law being more strict, not more lenient, but at any rate, I understand.
In any case, that's what, this is my understanding. And I have to say, this is complicated enough that it's easy to say, that it's easy to not completely understand where they're coming from. Yeah, I did go to class on it and I've been looking at it for a while here, but it's still, still complicated.
Is there any way for the town to put like restrictions on heights of buildings or like apartments and things like
We had
that?
zoning.
Huh.
If we had actual zoning, I think we could. But there is, in fact, we do have one kind of zoning, and that's shoreland zoning for people who live on a lot designated as a view lot. And there are height restrictions, I believe. Am I?
Right,
not
there
mistaken.
are-
There
There
are height restrictions in shoreland.
shoreline.
And I know that in some subdivisions too, because they're all bound by covenants. On shores, if I'm not mistaken, and you would know better than that.
We haven't
because
talked
buildings
about
can
that.
only be so tall and no taller, sorry.
No, I just didn't want you to have to review. Yes,
It is by particular prejudice to try to get these things ironed out from the thing. About all these issues, we have a lot of work ahead of us.
holy cow, yeah. And then ordinance. So
Yeah.
it's, definitely gonna be an adventure. Yes,
I was just wondering, so many of these things that are passed down from upper bureaucracies, often come with a carrot or a stick. If a town, for instance, would be to comply with these state mandated things, of course, then they would, of course, enjoy additional state funding for this, that, and otherwise, and if they are not in compliance, they don't have that funding. Hence the carrot stick. What would be the cost of the town to not move forward and implement these things?
Anybody could come forward to request additional building permit to put a second house on the lot. And would the town have any authority to deny that? Would the CEO be allowed to deny that? If we did not have any ordinance about this, the only stick would be if somebody comes forward and wants to put a second dwelling unit on their single family house lot that currently is 3 acres in a rural part of the town. Is the CEO, the code enforcement officer, allowed to deny them a permit because the town doesn't have an ordinance? They could take it right to the state and have the enforcement be come on the state level. That's the enforcement.
My question was, if the town of Hartford is not in compliance with the state mandate, would the town of Hartford be forfeiting any potential assistance from the state in some?
Only the fact that the comprehensive plan is out of date and the stuff that comes with that, you can't get that now.
The town has to be in compliance. So, as of that date,
July 1st is here.
if the town will get in big trouble if it isn't.
Right.
The town will presumably.
I don't know what big trouble really means in this case, but
According to what some of the legal people have been saying, I don't think that they're expecting the entire state to blow up because they have chosen not to move by July 1. If anyone remembers, it was actually last year that they first implemented the date and then they moved the date out. And depending upon where they're seeing and how many towns are actually getting through with their modifications is going to probably depend on whether they try to push it out or they allow it, but they, don't get frustrated. Peggy's absolutely right. the code enforcement officer is going to have to follow the state law in terms of if, but entitled to put all of the rest of our requirements that are there. So what the state, by adding accessory dwelling units, did is they did not change any of the other requirements that you have within your ordinance or whatever. So you've got your frontage, you've got your distances from your edges, you've got, you know, everything else that's out there. But you have to be allowed to have an accessory dwelling.
Or second dwelling.
I'm gathering that that may or may not be exactly the same thing.
Well, the law specifies two categories, accessory dwelling unit and a dwelling unit. And it says two dwelling units and an accessory. For a single.
I won't disagree with it, because I just literally have to
Right.
read it myself and see, you know,
Sift through it.
make the interpretation. I don't have it in front of me. I haven't looked at that. I can't.
And the fact that the state law lets the CEO give the building permits, even if the town hasn't gotten to dot in their i's and crossing their t's by making everything into an ordinance. You know what I mean?
But presumably the town could simply accept what the state law is and write themselves a line in their building permit that says, you know, will be consistent with state law, bang, and no other changes.
Well, actually, all I did was I went through what AvCog had and what the state of Maine had given us guidance. And I just figured out how to insert it into our current building lot standards. There were only two decision points, which were the lot size for the designated growth areas and the size of the accessory dwelling. Those are the only things we made decisions about, other than following that process.
And the accessory building units is something that's attached to the current dwelling.
No, it could be a separate building, it could be a part of a garage, it could be attached to the dwelling.
Okay.
Separate building. Yeah. Anything.
So it sounds like there's no financial impact from Hartford's standpoint. If we take this gentleman's suggestion, revisit the plan, update the plan, and then discuss additional zone. Is that what I gather?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm sorry, and I also appreciate the work you've done. You've obviously done a lot of work in trying to navigate this and trying to figure out what tarnish in the document.
comprehensive plan, we didn't have to follow.
I just trying to get this straight in my mind, that's all. Not looking.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it. Our next steps are the select board reviewing this and deciding what, based on your input here tonight. And we're gonna continue, we're gonna start our regular select board meeting, and we would love to have you all stay. It's riveting information. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is 7:30 exactly. And first order of business is approved minutes from the April 8th select board meeting.
Would you like to approve the April 15th also, or I can?
Said draft, that's the 15th. So I could put, can we approve the April 8th and the April 15th minutes? I'd like to make that motion. All in favor?
This is from the, yes. We're talking about April. What, let me see.
8th and 15th.
Okay, yeah, I'm still looking at the one.
Okay.
Okay, so you would like to, approve both at the same time?
Yeah,
I'll second that.
excellent. All in favor? Terrific. That isn't really them. All right, next on the agenda is to approve warrant 20 and payroll warrants for April 10th and April 17th. We've all seen that. We would like to make, all right, all in favor? Terrific. Okay. RSU 10 reports. Did anyone attend or is attending the upcoming school board budget meeting? No. No of our guys would go.
We have the Mexico one.
So there's no current report. Road report, Jim is here. Have you got a road report for us, Jim?
I haven't got a written one, but, it's that, it's all I was gonna do. As soon as we drive off, we're gonna be working on each side of the hill. We're trying to smooth up some of the backyard roads. There hasn't been a lot going on yet. We've got some street signs we're gonna be working on. That's about it on the road.
Okay,
I've got a couple meetings back, I told you that I was working on, putting together a package on some paving for town. I put together a package for, I've gotten an estimate from the paving company to review. I've got two roads that we have already paved that need to be overlaid. One was the Perry Road. The other one is the Green Acre Road, needs to have the finish put on it. We usually do that 2 to 3 years after the original paving. And then the 4 roads that I'm constantly asked when we're gonna pave them, what we're gonna do. Church Street. We've got the Holy Road. We've got Tucker Road. And a section of Darrington Road that goes up to the top of the hill where the old gas plant was. I had an estimate for doing all that paving. Now this estimate's hard. Because obviously we'll put this out to bid if we do this. This bid was for $1,300,000. It's probably 15 to 20% high, because they're not gonna give me that bid price. This was just something to get us started. There's some things in there that can be pulled out, possibly the fine grading and whatnot. I've included the Pratt Hill paving in this, because by including it in this larger thing, they would probably give us a better price per ton. But the Pratt Hill project is already scheduled for this year. So basically, I haven't gone to the budget committee yet to talk to the budget committee about this year's budget. This year's budget is about 7% more than what it was last year. It includes a lot of issues we have to do with the school department on Barrington Road, Davenport Road. It's our general what we need to do here. And it has the preparation to work on Church Street before paving. And I'm really not gonna get into all the details here. All I have tonight is the package on an estimate of paving that whole group of roads. It's 1.3, pulling out Pratt Hill, with the actual bid price would probably be under $1 million. So if you borrow $1 million for 10 years, the payment is gonna be, I had to check with the bank, the bond bank on this, it's roughly around $120,000. If we approve the budget as it is, next year's budget, there's at least 140,000, 150,000 in that budget to prepare all these things that we need to take care of, that we're not gonna have to ask for next year. So we can replace them just with that payment of 120, and our next year's budget won't increase beyond what it is now. It will be paid for over 10 years, just as if you were buying a car and you're paying for it as you use it. I'm not in favor at all of increasing our summer road budget. If you look back over the past 6 or 8, 9 years that I've been road commissioner, budget really has been around 370 to 400 right now, area each year. I've done my best to try to keep it right around that same figure. This year, it's about 430. So if this thing gets approved, we're not here to approve this or really discuss it tonight, other than the only thing I'm asking, I put the package together to get on the warrant. Then when we have our public hearing about our warrant articles, people will be invited in to discuss this. And as I talked with you today, Susan, and I was accused of, how did you put it, pulling something off here at the last minute. I'm not pulling it off at the last minute. I discussed this a couple times in the past, and I have put the big package together. And that's all I'm asking tonight is for the selectmen to approve an article for this. Then we will, well, I think is it May 18th when you will discuss your articles, you have a public hearing?
May 30,
It's when?
May 30.
Okay, at that point, it'll be an article, people will be invited in the whole town, and they can discuss that likes and dislikes with it. That would be the time for everyone to speak out about how they feel about it.
But could they make a change once it goes to the warrant?
They can vote up or down.
No, right, up or down. Hold on, Bim is still discussing.
Oh, go ahead.
I wanna know about Town Farm Road, that's worse than Church Street.
Town Farm Road is gonna be a few years down the road here.
Oh my God, by
It's
then.
gonna have to be, Town Farm Road is not ready to pave, it needs a lot of work, it needs ditching, cross culverts. It needs a lot of work, we're not ready to just go up there and start filling paving yet.
Look at the bottom of the hill there, my car's gonna be.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
The holes you got there are
These
just
roads
terrible.
I have on this list of paving,
I can go down a dirt road when I've been on a dirt road, then I
these
cannot
roads
pave.
that I have on this list of paving are the roads that I'm asked mostly about. And they're the closest to being ready to be paved with this year's budget, they would be ready to be paved. That takes care of this group. In the following years, we'll be able to budget some money here to start working on Town Farm Road. Town Farm Road is kind of our last road, last large project. It's a 4-mile road here.
And it's mostly populated too, because there's got a lot
Well,
of.
I can't talk, but it's already been on the list of paving this year. I'm gonna try to work with the list on paving of roads that are ready to be paved. And not everything's gonna happen here all at once.
Good thing you don't live in Sumner.
So I understand your concerns with Town Farm Road. I live on Town Farm Road myself.
I know your trucks beat the shit
No
out
one probably drives Town Farm Road any more than I do.
of you. I know
And
your
I
trucks
don't
are
say
saying
how bad Town Farm is, but it's not ready to be put on the list of paving.
I don't know,
But if we could get a new road from here to there, at least we're up to that point. So, but tonight's not the night to be discussing this, as far as the article, people can come in when we have our hearing and we can discuss. We can hear everybody out. Payment would be around 120,000, and like taking out of this year's budget, or next year's, it easily could be brought down so that payment would be included in next year's budget and not increase our overall budget. I've done my best, and I do my best every year to try to keep our budget as low as we can. I think we just need to keep working along at the pace we are. In the past 7 or 8 years, we've taken a lot of roads in Hartford, if you're familiar with them. And we've made a lot of improvements. All I'm doing, and I'm not gonna repeat it again, but it is asking you to put this out as an article so people can come in. And it'll be up to the taxpayers to vote whether they want it or they don't. It's not up to any one of us to decide.
Well, so Ben, my concern was when I got your call later today, is our meetings tonight. And I think that people should have a say if we're gonna spend $1 million or $1.3 million. Hold on, I think you do a fantastic job for the town. I have no doubt that if they were to pass this, that you would do it. You've done miraculous things with our roads. I'm just concerned, we've already done a road bond a couple of years ago. We've only made 2 payments on it. We still have 8 more years. Then to borrow almost the same amount again for another 10 years, I'm just concerned.
That's gonna
Because
put
that's
us to about 270,000 in a payment.
I
The
know,
rest of that money will be used each year. Now, our budget will probably slowly creep up each year, but maybe we try to keep it at 3%, 5% in that area. It's gonna creep up over time, but do you want these roads that people are asking about now to get them paid? If not, we're only gonna be able to raise a small amount each year and do what, a half mile? How long is that gonna take us to get over this list of roads that we have? It makes no sense.
I don't disagree. I just am saying, I'm worried about the debt.
I'm worried about it as well
And I
myself.
can't afford a Cadillac, so I drive a much lower grade car. So I'd like to drive a nicer car, but I don't, because I can't afford it. I'm just concerned about adding more debt.
Keep this town and keep our budget the way it is, not increase it. But I get people constantly wanting to know when Church Street's being paid, when Tucker Road's being done, when there's Darrington Flats is being done, Holy Road. And we have 2 overlays that need to be done within the next year or so. This is a chance to do the whole thing. If your payment's gonna be 120,
Sounds,
next year's budget, you vote no to do this, we'll only be able to raise about 100 or 120 to pay something, which would probably be about a half a mile. So here's your list of roads, which half mile do you wanna do? Do you want to do 3 years paving the section of Church Street? Do you want, you're gonna get nowhere, you're gonna go behind.
I don't doubt that, but there's so
much
much.
taxes going up. I like the hardest to try to keep them there, but we can't let our roads go the other way.
We certainly don't want that. I'm just concerned about, we've only paid 2
And you-
years on the current bond.
The only reason I never started talking about this road bond in this package of roads, I wanted to wait till we had the time when we can discuss it and put it as an article. If I decided saying a month ago, I want to borrow $1 million to pay roads with, everyone would be gone berserk over this. So they need to wait and have it presented at the right time when we can explain it and they understand it.
My concern is, we're not gonna give them a choice. They're gonna say, Mahoney Road, why would we pay Mahoney Road? Nobody lives on that section whatsoever. Why would we pay that when Town Farm Road needs this? I just think we need more input and a plan so that people on Farm Road know when that's gonna be worked on, because if we do this.
We've done a lot of work on that in the last few years. We've done none on Town Farm Road. It is not ready to pay.
Well, the condition of the road should make a difference on what road you do, whether it's ready to be paved or not. The condition of Town Farm Road is terrible. It's worse than Church Street. Why pave Church Street? I used to drive that every day, no problem. Town Farm Road, it's potholes galore.
I'm going by the roads that I've asked most about.
It
when we're
doesn't
gonna
matter.
do-
They-
when we're gonna do something.
Have them drive up Town Farm Road and see what they
They
think
can
of
park
that.
up there, I don't stand work as much as you do, yes, it needs work. How
Ken,
much do you wanna borrow, how much do you wanna spend?
no, Ken was up, his hand was up,
Yes,
I said, no.
I understand what you're saying, Dan. I understand there's a lot to it. You have a lot of roads there that people call you on. You do a great job of what you're doing. But why wouldn't we have a public hearing so people get to come in and hear the full thing? Before it becomes an article that has the whole package all done. We need to have, I believe, some citizen input by having a hearing about your proposal, so they can hear those details. And yes, they're gonna come out of the woodwork and they're gonna be everything, but it's a big chunk of money, whether it be 900 or 1.2. So that's my
I
suggestion.
agree with that, and I've laid this thing out to take care of the roads that are ready to pay. And we can work in the future on bringing Town Farm up to a standard that will be ready to pay. If we start throwing everything out to a public hearing, we'll have a public hearing on this. And let people come in and talk to us. I don't know whether we can write that article so that it's a little bit flexible, but it's gonna take a lot of money to bring Town Farm up into ready to pay. So we need to work at it a little bit slower. Let's get some of these other issues.
Al,
Basically, if it goes to the town meeting, you're almost throwing it down their throat, because they don't have any choice, it's a yes or no vote. But if you have a public meeting, like Ken said, let the people come in and talk about it. I mean, you know, he's talking about Tucker Road, I probably have never seen Tucker Road paved in my life, and I don't care. I was only going by what Vin told me like 5 or 10 years ago, if I get elected to be road commissioner, I am gonna pave Tucker Road, didn't you, Vin? We talked about paving Tucker Road, but we had a lot of other things that was more important that had to be done. I took your word for it. So I never promised you I was paving Tucker Road. But anyway, I would believe that Town Farm Road should be done way before Tucker Road. And Mahoney Road is pretty much flat. Town Farm Road, you're going up a hill. So you lose traction on that hill, and you're done. I'd rather see the money spent on Town Farm Road. Do you have any idea what plowing these dirt roads are? Town Farm Road, as rough as it is 10 times easier to plow than these freaking dirt roads that are almost impossible to plow. So let me ask you this, you wanna pave it so you can plow it? Whoever plows it. I'm just saying, it's not for the benefit of the town. Whoever plows these roads.
Mud season.
well, we had a town hearing regarding trash pickup over saving $14,000, and we felt it was very, very important that we bring it out to the community and get their feedback. Now we want to spend $1 million to $1.3 million, and I'm just saying, I just think that people ought to have some input in it, and not just say, here's the article, now you can talk about it, but it's still gonna go to town meeting and you're gonna vote on it all together. And it's not anything to do with anybody in this room, it's just that I want to be accountable for how much we're spending. This is our dime. I'm worried about our taxes going up. I know everything's going up, and I know it's going to go up. That's like doubling our bonds right now. We've only paid 2 years on the first bond, and now does that mean we're gonna get another one when it's time to do Town Farm Road and another bond, and we haven't paid off? All of a sudden, we've got 3, 4, and 5 bonds. I'm concerned.
You're gonna be spending huge amounts of money on paving over the next few years, however you do. This is the way to put this group of roads together that are ready now to pay. And your payment will be around 120. That whole group of roads will be
For
done.
10 years.
We'll work on the next group of roads in the future. When we get some of these roads up in shape, we'll talk about paving on them again. They can have that public hearing, if they don't like this, they can vote no.
It's not a public hearing if they don't have a say in the article, Ben. Lee,
Yeah, I have a question for Vin. Is the reason for putting this paving together is to get a better price on the pavement, because then you put it out to bid for all this
The
pavement?
more you put in a package for paving,
Right.
a
So-
lot better deal to get with them
so-
for a ton. for doing it.
Which is to say that if we go back to the old way of doing things and pave a half mile of road every year, we're paying an awful lot more for that paving. Is that true?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot more money per ton, but these dirt roads in the spring, when we plow them, people are getting stuck. We've got the Barrington Road, the school department called me and said they're not letting our buses go over there anymore.
Gauding
It's
Road,
Gauding
too.
Gauding Road, the same thing.
Skid them all, skid them.
I don't want to pay it all, I don't want to attack the right through the roof. I'm trying to do this in sections that make sense of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, Tom?
We don't have the money to be borrowing $3 or $4 million.
Question for Bill. When you overlay the road, what does that do? Is that prolong?
Like Terry Road and Green Acre Road, we put 2.5 inch basic. This is after it's dirt. And then we like to wait a year or so and let it, it's gonna move a little more. You're gonna have some spots that aren't just right. Then when they come back to overlay it, if they see a section they don't like, they'll sort it out and fix it. And then they'll put the surface on. It gives you a year or two for Mother Nature and frost. You don't know exactly what frost is gonna do to these things until it goes through at least a year cycle of frost. So either the Green Acre Road or the Gary Road, there's a couple things that gotta be tweaked with a little while before they put an overlay.
But when they have to overlay the whole thing?
Yes, that puts it's a different.
Finish coat.
Right,
It's a,
does it make the road last longer?
yes,
It does.
it's like a piece of plywood, the more layers you have, the stronger it is.
My whole thought is, I live on Ferry Road. You put an overlay on that, now guys are gonna go 70 miles an hour on the house.
I can't control everything. It's not all
No, that's what I'm saying, it's good money allocated for overlay, go to culverts on Town Farm Road this year. I don't know, just spitballing, throwing that out there.
It makes it makes the road last a lot longer.
It does. And
And of course, we've been already invested so much in the pavement in the first
It's a
place.
different product, it's all space is usually they call it a 12-5, it's more of a force stuff, water gets into it. They like to go back in a year or so and put a 9-5, which is a tighter finish, and it keeps the water out, it puts it like a roof. A lot of these roads that get really soft, once they have a pavement on them, that sheds the water off. And they stay in a lot better condition.
Al?
All these roads were paving and sink, boom, boom, boom. Eventually, we're gonna have to go back and skim coat them. It's gonna cost you a lot of money. I think skim coat is what, like, 200,000 a mile? I mean, but no, it's not 200,000 miles of doing overlay. But I'm trying to get our roads that we have paid since I've been back being road commissioner in the last 89 years. I'm trying to get our roads so they're on like a 10-year cycle. After 10 years, we can go back over with another finished coat, and it takes care of the issues we have. So if we can get all these paved roads, we get them struggle to get them done, and then be on a cycle where we can pave them, they like to overlay every 10 years. And that just keeps them from breaking up, we don't have no potholes. Now, in some, the first years that I was road commissioner, I had a committee drawing up a whole ton of these roads. Because it was costing us more money for tar patching, and we had nothing. You had old bumpy roads with tar patch on. That tar patch was, last time I priced it was over $3,000 a truckload. So you go here on Town Farm Road and throw 5 loads of that down. You've been doing that for 10 years.
Yeah.
I haven't got none, any tar patch. Very few. The only roads I tar patch, I try to take care of the potholes on Town Farm Road. I have to go do a few. I bought one suit of tar patch 3 years ago, and there's still over close to half of it sat in the pit that we go each year and get a little bit out of. So I bought from Jeremy the last meeting, he was road commissioner, I think he bought 10 or 15 loads of tar patch. You throw in your money away with tar patch.
Oh, that's
You gotta go to the road, let it be dirt road, drain it.
Okay, Ken?
I just think there's a lot here to discuss, and I know you got a lot of information there, you know all your roads, and people call you all the time. I just think that the public should have invitation for this discussion.
That's all.
It's not on the agenda tonight, so people don't know.
They can come in and discuss it, and if it's not,
It's not a public hearing where they can come in and talk with you about it. Public input, transparency goes with integrity and balance. I think that needs to take place in this situation.
you have a lot to say regarding just moving town in the
I
line.
had as much to
But
say
I,
as I.
they can discuss this.
I'm a taxpayer as much as people that might be on Barrington Road that don't even vote in this town. So the people in this town, whether you've been here one day as a taxpayer or 50 years, should have the public opinion heard in a public setting. And that's all I'm doing, Ben, don't take it personal.
They can come in here, they can discuss this thing when we have our hearing, and if they don't like it, they can vote no, and we'll start over.
On the package, they have no input because it's not a public
Maybe 2
agenda
weeks
for
for a
a
public
road
hearing?
tonight. And it's not a hearing
It
to
has to be
decide
noticed
which roads are in this.
That's what I just said, 2 weeks.
You don't decide the roads.
That would be the
are
first week of
not.
May.
I don't think, I know what roads
First week
they-
of May.
The newspaper, that's gonna take 2 days.
That's not what-
Well, it's just gonna-
The roads-
I can't
the
do
roads
It's gonna
up there,
Is this gonna, this,
It could be taken.
setting up this hearing, is that gonna affect, any time limit? for being a
You
warrant?
have to approve the warrant May 4th.
May 4th, so
That's why I have it on this agenda.
That's why I don't understand why you couldn't have, he's been talking about it.
Just because they're complaining doesn't mean that road is necessarily priority. What is it, squeaky wheels feel grease? No, it should be priority when roads
I'm
are.
concerned with town line road people, but if it's not ready to pay, and if you want to cost
Money's
$1
on.
million, what they said,
That was.
do it, that is going to affect your
Yeah,
taxes.
he's not gonna-
I'm trying to do something here, put a package together that's not going to affect your
What about May
taxes
2nd?
and increase the mill rate.
May 2nd?
Let me go get
You
my.
gotta start somewhere and work with groups that we can afford, that don't affect our mill rate. Yeah. That's a beginning. Yes, you want to do everything through.
As a road commission issue.
I'm sorry.
Slow zone. I mean,
I had to talk yell with you, because I didn't talk.
This is coming out of your summer budget, right, Ben?
The payment would be made out of the summer road budget.
But so the road budget.
So would we,
We went up 7% this year.
The status.
so would we borrow 1.3 or would we get bids and then we borrow what the total is?
So we have an article to borrow $1 million to pay this group of roads, then we would go put it out to bid. To see which.
Right, but it's not a million, it says $1 million.
Because.
Million,
there's
one
not-
budget.
There's one road, it's not gonna, it's not, it's in the group of roads. Only to get a good price for this year's pay.
Right,
There's, I think, 160 of that. Then if you take out, there's only $50,000 worth of, which I think is crazy money for them to charge us for fine grading. They told me, you're better off, we've seen your grading, you're better off to grade these yourself. It's $50,000 for them to bring a grader over here. We can cut that out. And if they've given me a quote on this thing, that's 15% high, between the three other things I just discussed, we'll be down under $1 million.
right, I guess what I don't understand is, I know Leanne just basically, and I know she's not here to talk about it. But she just pulled these numbers together, I just don't understand why we don't have like a good plan, we haven't like. Talked to people and,
We do have a plan. I told you 2 months ago that I was putting together.
no,
but
she told us that night that we
If
did
you
our
have a
budget.
problem
Was
with
that
what,
2 months ago? Like a month ago. So it was a month ago when you came in here and just asked us.
if you have a problem with what I said 2 months ago, when I said I was gonna put a bid package together, you should have spoke up and said, when you're ready, let's have a public meeting on it. You said nothing.
We were sitting here talking about the summer road budget. Tim, in next year's budget, you said, I'm thinking about doing this, and this is what I'm
I
talking
said,
about.
putting together a package on paving the roads that are ready.
But that night, that's not what we were discussing, so I just,
I would like.
this
to
is
hear-
my first year to go through one whole budget
I
season.
would like to hear the public come in here and speak. I want to hear each person that has a complaint with them, that has a complaint with the roads. I want to hear it from them. Please, let us have a meeting with the public.
Ian, what's the schedule?
One more time.
When I first came back in 21, this road bond thing was rushed on me. I don't remember if we were required to have a public meeting and what the time frame for notice was. I sent the bond bank and
Public hearing for it.
I sent the bond bank an email asking her, but she hasn't answered me. I don't know if it's 2 weeks notice, twice in the paper, I have no idea. I looked through the
I don't
town
think
meeting
it was in
book
paper.
and it didn't say.
Was tonight's forum in the paper? Open session?
Yes. Zoning has to be in the paper, zoning changes.
This is not zoning.
No. But it's a,
This is a lot of money, I just think that we gotta have public input. Yes, Stephen,
I just have a question.
yeah,
It's not some of the stuff I don't know, maybe that's not one guy's explaining to. So we have like what, 700 something thousand in our account, we gain big interest on every month, right?
we have money that we use, it rolls in, it rolls out.
Right, is there like no extra to help pay this type of stuff?
We're gonna use extra to reduce taxes probably, it's up to the selectmen.
Almost every year, we take some money out of the fund balance.
So, you know, here's another 50,000, fix some stuff on the town farm road, so, you know, it's better.
Don't patch, please don't patch it.
I'm just curious, you know.
I don't want to patch road.
I had asked the
I
selectmen,
understand what Ken is saying, I understand what Alan is saying, but if we put this thing out. And you have your warrant, people will come in, and if they're that upset with what we're doing, then get them all together and vote no, and they'll stand up.
Wouldn't you rather have them come in and vote for it because they feel they're involved?
The ones I'm
And
talking about, this,
they get pieces of what you want, and maybe pieces of what they want.
you got a lot of people who don't understand what's ready with the roads and what isn't ready with the roads. This lady over here is saying town plan, paving, it's not ready,
But
it's
there's,
a long way from ready.
it's transparent.
So by then it's gonna be really bad.
I've said all I'm going to do about this tonight. I think you should put it as an article, have a hearing, people can come in, discuss it, and if they don't want it, we all get together and vote no. It's pretty hard to have a hearing at a town meeting, you know that. They shut it right up. You know that it's a town meeting. I'm talking about when you have the meeting to discuss all your articles.
that's not a hearing though, that's really more of a discussion, they can't make a change,
It's accepting it the way it is.
just talking
If
about
they
it.
don't like it, they will vote no.
It's all you ask.
No. So. The more people you put in a room trying to get a decision made, the harder it is. I like to hear what people say. You don't think I talk to people around town, I know what people say about roads. That's why I put this group together. I can't go to the store what somebody's thinking about this road being
I get
paved,
it.
or that road being paved.
join the crowd.
We all feel that way, it happens to all of us.
Keep yourself up.
What did you say?
So join the
I said
crowd.
Yeah, we all get those calls, and I can't go to the grocery store without
people.
someone
I
else.
like to feel what people around this town are looking at and walking the
But
road.
then but then I've heard a lot of good stuff too.
So I got a question. To Ben, what is, so you have several roads ready to pave. And if we don't move forward in paving those roads at this time, is there a consequence to not doing it now?
Like next year,
I mean, will the work that you've already done be deteriorated from the fact that you did not move forward?
They're gonna watch, it's gonna be maintenance, and it's just, people want it done, people want these roads done.
I'm just trying to understand the whole
Trouble.
You get these dirt and gravel roads on these hills and things, you get a lot more erosion and water runoff. You're constantly having to haul in and add new surface gravel because every rainstorm takes some away. It's just constant on these. These roads that I have paved over the last 6 or 8 years, if you look at this year's road budget, you'll see that I have $500 for this road for maintenance or $1,000 for that one. Once we pave these and actually done them and sealed them up, the maintenance is cheap. I mean, we do a little bit. If we have a little washout on the side, we've cured our problem. But when you have these roads that are a mile or 2 miles and they're just gravel roads, there's a lot of maintenance. You gotta add material constantly. And they get money in the spring because it's like having a building with no roof on it. The water soaks right in. Once they're paved, this water sheds off. And they don't mud up like they do. Now, Cotton Road is pretty muddy up here, but it's got a lot of good material in it. And if it was paved, it won't do all of it. And Carrington Road, and those roads won't do what they're doing if they get paved on. That's why we post them so that people don't drive over and crack on car. But.
So what you're saying is, if we don't proceed forward on the big road, we suggest.
sorry?
We're
So we
still
do a
gonna
hearing
have
on
to
May
spend
2nd.
additional money to maintain
Yes, but I
on
don't
as
know
well
what
as
the rules are. We
refocus
have
on
to
these
get-
other.
And we voted on this road on
So
3
now,
times
let's
that
say
year
your-
because it was wrong.
Your budget just got bigger.
I came back and
Now
we
you're
voted
addressing-
it
have
was
to
wrong.
continue to address
Yeah, and then it was wrong.
plus,
We can keep our budget in the area.
I don't know what's involved. I have to get financial
Several,
statements
8
together.
years. And I think we've made a lot of improvements.
Next-
And all the rain we had last week, I did not one of the roads that I worked on paved. It was all unpaved roads. It was just gravel and washed
It's going
out.
to the printers right after.
Oh,
So I'm supposed
No,
to
no,
mail.
just trying
What's
to-
my
I didn't just draw this all out of the hat this afternoon. You know,
I don't know what the hearing requirements
I
are.
don't know what people are talking about all the time.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue, I was just trying to bring.
No,
I didn't say.
I feel that I'm not happy.
Well, yeah, it's always been that.
There's also a lot that are happy with what you've done. So don't get that far. You've done a good job.
Sorry, if
I got something to say, you guys.
Go ahead.
Back in late 70s, I guess it was, I worked for Blue Rock Industries and they did paving all around. Back then, it'd be like the top surface that Ben was talking about, the overlay, was 14 something dollars a ton. And now it's over $100 a ton. Well, so that's the trouble. I mean, the cost of a hot top keeps climbing sky high. Now, Town Sumner, they have got they got the same amount of roads that we have. And they have not done nothing to their roads for last 15, 20 years, maybe. All of their roads, probably like Town Farm Road, all of them.
Worse. Yeah.
So it's gonna probably cost them maybe $3, $4, $5 million to get all their roads up to par.
And yet they won't do that.
No, they won't do a bond. Their model is pay as you go. Well, like Ben says, $100,000, half a mile. Are they just gonna do a half a mile at a time and?
Oh, man. I drive on some of
They did a
them.
big truck on Black Hawk.
Yeah, dirt, what, they hot top?
And I'm not wanting us to be like Sumner at all. Ben's done a lot of great work. I just think there's a lot of roads that need work and that people should have some more input if we're gonna go get a bond. Because at town meeting, there'll only be a few people that go to town meeting. And then we'll all have to listen about it when everyone's taxes go up. And I can say, you didn't come to town meeting and voted. I just think we need feedback.
You are
Put this-
totally negative on this thing, like,
No.
I first mentioned it to you. And this is a group of roads.
Since
that
when?
need
You
to be
just
paved.
voted today
Put
about
out
it.
this article, let people come in here and discuss it, and if they don't like it, they can vote no. It's that simple. We don't need to go on and on tonight about this. We're not the ones making the decision. All I'm doing is asking you to put it as an article. People will come in here and they can talk about it and then if they don't like it, they can get all their friends and everyone and vote it out. Vote no.
And you might see it.
I'm not in here arguing about this, I'm just asking, put this package out, let them say yes or no, that's all I'm asking, Susan. I'm not here to debate it with you, blow the
I'm not
road.
debating it with you. You told me
You're the
to.
one that's arguing amongst us, the reason I called you this afternoon, and I also called late, I said, I told you guys that I've been working on a road package of paving. I said, Leanne told me this afternoon I needed to get it in here, I thought we had a little more time on it. She said, we need to get it in here because I go, need to put the articles together. So I got everything around, I brought it into her to make you all copy. So rather than you walking in here tonight and not having a clue about this thing, I told you to give you a little bit of a heads up. And your first remarks to me was, I'm trying to pull something over with no one in a chart. I forget exactly how you worded it.
I said,
You
it's not,
worded it to me that, well, we're trying to pull this thing over without even any discussion on it.
that's not what I said, but I did say,
I would-
what I did say was that you're just,
Al, that thing you, I don't know how you feel, all right?
Can we move on?
You got shit coming
You're
up.
not deciding anything right
Sense whatsoever.
on this agenda item.
We need a Pamela here. Yeah, I can't think.
Wait,
The way I look at it is put it in the article and then.
You're gonna decide later on the agenda.
it's $1 million.
If you don't like it, get everyone together and vote no.
Again, I just think before you put it on an article, we ought to have discussion. We certainly did that for trash. We did that for a bunch of stuff.
So.
I think it's being transparent.
But here's the thing,
It wasn't,
our next select board meeting
it's not,
is on the second of May. And on that date, we have to have finalized the warrant for town meeting, because it's gonna be time to print the town reports.
We haven't heard
We don't really have, between now and then, we don't really have time for proper public notice and to get into town, a public hearing. And if we were to have a public hearing ahead of our next select board meeting, same as we did tonight, there's not gonna be time enough, I don't think, to amend because we're gonna have to sign that warrant for town meeting that night. I don't see how we'd have
I
time.
don't need some trust in you people that put me as a road commissioner, putting together this package. And people will have the chance to come in here and talk about the article. And if they don't like it, they hate the idea that much, then they need to get all their friends and vote no.
Should the budget committee be involved? They're meeting on the 30th.
What's that?
Should the budget committee
Well,
have
I
some
would
discussion?
But committee,
29th, we meet to talk about roads. Budget,
The 30th.
30th.
So we're meeting with the budget committee on the 30th to discuss the road budget anyway.
wait, we're only gonna discuss this year's budget at the budget committee meeting. This has nothing to do with this year's budget or the budget meeting right now. When we get ready next year, we'll have our budget meeting, we'll discuss working the payments in and what extra money we need. That's when we'll be concerned with what's going on this. This will happen, if you vote on it in June, it will happen in July, paperwork is sent to the bank. Your first payment will come a year later, which will be in next year's budget. So discussing any of this in this year's budget doesn't make any sense. Instead of sitting there, Susan, being so negative about this whole thing,
No,
all
I
I'm
just,
asking is put it as an article, they'll vote yes or no.
the first payment would be May of 25 for interest. So that's in this budget. All I had to say.
Listen, our
So
next,
you-
our
you
next
have-
select board
you have
meeting will be too late.
You have a question or comment?
Oh, yes, Ken.
So again, I know, Ben, that you wanted this presented the way it is and what you have done with your planning, and I appreciate all that time you put in. And what you have for a plan, but I think it's just fair and consistent to let the rest of the town that pay taxes come in here and give you their input on how they think the 9 million, 900,000, 1.2, however it's gonna be presented, gets spent. and they'd have a better understanding to be able to vote, and you'd have a better chance, I would think, to get the article passed. Maybe the article would be amended, or I don't agree with that.
Why should one
Look
person?
at some article, you can, and they can be voted yes or no. You can show them, you can explain the details that you have there that you decided you weren't gonna explain tonight, then you can explain that to the group in the hearing.
The way you stuck over here saying that one person is making the decision for this whole thing, I was elected as a road commissioner to handle these roads by the people in this town that voted for me. So that's why I'm making this decision.
And the
Yes,
select
sir.
board has the final say.
Can I have just a second? One, Bill, we all appreciate you, you bust your ass, we all know it. And, you know, I don't envy you, because I know everybody's constantly at your ass, but one, we're getting a little too heated, and I know you're passionate about it, and you're doing a good job. You're doing a great job. But this is the thing, the people elected you to be their voice. How can you be their voice if you're not listening to their voice?
I listen to them every day.
No, I'm not saying that, I'm saying in this setting, here, officially, you can put together those details that you know, and we trust you, I trust you, I don't know shit about this.
How can we make it work?
I really don't, but we could put together
We need to help.
details, and you can help them understand exactly what you're doing. So I think right now, part of the problem is that, you know, you're saying, I know what I'm doing, we don't know what the hell that means. I mean, personally, I trust you. I don't know what your plan is. You know what your plan is. I'm curious to know. I would like to sit here and listen to what you have detailed out. I would take my time out of my day to listen to you. That's why you're here, because we trust you. But we also need to know your plan so that we can vote on whether or not this money, an astronomical amount of money, especially right now, the way everything is, how it should be spent. And you know, the whole town really does need to be involved. And that's, I'm not trying to insult you or anything. I agree in this manner that it needs to be presented to the town before it's voted on. If it gets voted down, guess what? It's just a waste of time. Then we're back to square one, starting all over. So why not utilize your plan right now?
You have wanted to have this thing to have a meeting before the.
Like I said, I contacted the bond bank to see what the requirements were, if a hearing is needed or not, and what the time frame is for notice, you know, putting the notice out. I haven't heard back. So I'm guessing it's 2 weeks, which would bring us right to the second, if I somehow get it in the paper tonight.
Was it the 4th? We have to,
The second, I thought it was the fourth, it's the second,
So next meeting.
second, yeah,
May 2nd.
unless you have a special selectmen's meeting.
We should
Yeah, we
put
could
this
do that.
in an article.
I have- I have it going to the printers on the 7th.
If you want to change the policy.
we have a special select board meeting.
But I think you should take this one
Still
here.
have 2 weeks. Right?
I'm guessing, I'm not positive.
If we put this one here as
It's
an
like-
article and put it out to bid, put it out like I've asked. In the future, we can make a different policy that we'll have meetings to discuss it ahead of time. So let's put this one out there and let people vote on it. At the hearing, when you do your warrants, and they'll vote yes or no. In the future, if you wanna have it, that we discuss it as a group earlier. We can vote tonight to see if we wanna have,
No.
it's all up to you can vote tonight. All I'm simply asking
Anyway,
is to be
It's not,
on the
you're
board.
not gonna decide right now, you're gonna decide way
Vote
down
themselves.
here. Okay, later.
All right, we're gonna move on. We have, we're not deciding until the end of the agenda. So, we do have a couple of road complaints that came in from Sam Annis Road. You guys both have those? One's from Ralph and one's from Alice, husband and wife, same
I
address.
just put one in. Which are identical, I didn't even recognize it.
And you're all aware that we get served with a lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Where's Hartsville?
At the very top of Litchfield, yes. We're actually on San Andreas.
Straight ahead.
If you go straight, when you get to the top of Litchfield, go straight ahead.
Oh, yeah, okay. Up to him, yep, yeah, pretty much did jump down. Where's my thought?
Pam, do you want a copy of that? You want a copy of?
I didn't agree.
I don't know if you wanted a copy.
Okay,
I have to respond to them, so.
Robert Hart is working with the lady that's suing the town of Hartford. He's in cahoots with her on this thing to help make her case better. He's saying that this ditch has been there for 20 years, is affecting his house now. This is for him trying to build her case for her. He's had no problems up until this lady decided to sue the town over something that makes no sense on a culvert that was changed 20 years ago, and she tried to sue him then. And all I simply done on that road was take the exact culvert that was in there, and I took it out, and I put in a new plastic one, because we was gonna pave over it. And I didn't want the old iron one that was in there to rust out. So I took that culvert that was in there, that metal one out, put a new plastic one in there. The next thing I know, the lady's suing the town because I turned more water on it, which is a bunch of bull crap. And now this is her neighbor and friend who got together, and to help make her case look better, he wants to file his own little complaint to help make it look better. And his actually lives uphill from where this ditch is.
across the road.
Across the road, up the hill, and this is just a political little thing to try to help her case.
So should I just say we're looking into it? I have to respond in writing.
I think that's a safe bet.
She's been running up and down the whole San Andreas Road, trying to get people to file complaints with their property to help her build her case.
Hold on.
She wants to sit on her ass and sue the town of Hartford for something that we done absolutely nothing wrong.
All right, well, true that is, very true. Constable report.
Very quiet.
Where?
Do we have anything from our code enforcement?
No.
Is he back from Florida?
Yes,
Okay. Anything from ACO?
no,
Is she back covering our town? Do we know if she's, Lee, is she communicating with you at all?
Oh, I have no idea.
All right, planning board report. I know we heard from Peggy tonight at the hearing. Right. Ordinance committee.
Bonnie Bishop. The last ordinance committee meeting on March 3rd was canceled due to the snowstorm, and the next one is tentatively scheduled for no, April 3rd. The next one's tentatively scheduled for May 1st at 6:30. However, I do realize I need to submit a letter of resignation from the committees, which I'll be doing, and also sending the last minutes. So depending on what the remaining members decide that they want to do, will likely determine when the next meeting is. Thank you.
And it's very sad. And you did a lot of great work. Appreciate all your time and
Thank
consideration.
you for your service.
Fire warden report, anything? Okay, treasurer's report.
checking account, reconciliations.
Anything?
Taxes are coming in pretty steady.
They're due by May 1st, right?
Yep.
Good. Has everything cleared out of Sumner? We had
Yeah,
a few extra,
yeah, they
Checks in.
found the checks and.
Good.
cash. Mhm.
good.
And this is sort of late because Northeast Bank seems to be slow getting me the sweep account statement, so I can't do anything without that. Otherwise, I would have had it earlier than this.
Some good interest, but not snappy service.
Right.
Not quick program. But for the $5,000 they're paying us every month versus what we used to make, it's awesome. Anything out of the ordinary? No? Mhm. Okay. Boats, besides one today, we started.
Few boats, yeah.
Good.
A lot of people do them online, which
Doesn't help
robs
us.
up, robs us of money, but.
Okay, everybody hear that? Register your boats in town, because we get extra fees. Thanks.
You can do that stuff online, but anytime you come into the town office, it's good.
Okay. We'll see. Yep.
And then the whole thing, I didn't mention it.
I did not initial it yet, so what's that? Initial, initial. There's a budget meeting on the 30th of 20. 30th. Yeah. Oh, the other budget meeting for RSU 10 is on the 20th. Wait, I have budget something.
In Buckfield, yeah.
That's the one in Buckfield.
Road.
Yeah.
That's not the budget validation vote, that's
No,
the budget
that's-
explanation vote.
Yeah.
Informational.
Yeah. 6:30. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the treasurer's report. We're all good?
Yeah. Second.
All in favor? Great.
You guys, the report back to the president, please.
Any new information or for the cemetery committee?
The only thing that I can report is that I spoke to the town section today on a matter, and he said that he is gonna try to make himself available for a meeting soon, so hopefully he'll get back to me, and we can have a meeting to discuss plots at Sparrow. And we're planning on having a workshop soon, probably at Parsons.
Thank you very much. Solid Waste Committee report?
Yeah, Bonnie Bishop, Solid Waste Committee. We hadn't met for the last few months because we didn't have a plan. So the one remaining member, and I know that two of the people have expressed an interest. But that's being the case and they're
So when
appointed.
people
and-
have been appointed,
Okay, well, you know that.
obviously.
So now, they can have a forum and that's how we want to go forward. And just saying, even though some people might have thought that the committees were useless and not important in the work they did, it was a real honor to me to serve on committees. And, I'm gonna miss, doing that for the town.
You're gonna be missed.
Very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate all your hard work, Bonnie.
Right.
All right, we have some calendar reminders. One is the RSU 10 budget meeting is on April 29th. It's a Monday at 6:30 at Buckhead High School. We have a budget meeting at 6 p.m. and that is on the 30th of May. Right, 30th of April.
April.
Sorry. Taxes are due May 1st. Ordinance Committee meeting right now is tentatively scheduled for May 1st.
7 p.m.
At 7 p.m., thank you. Reports are due for town report on May 1st. And next is unfinished business. Audit bid opening. Did we get any,
So we got one, it wasn't sealed, and it was from RHR.
Why am I?
And it's for a lot more.
I bet it is. Put them out to bid, but that's about it.
Mhm. I didn't make copies, sorry.
you picked where the total is?
Yeah,
What do we pay now?
so this year, where's that? We budgeted 7,000, it was 8,300.
We weren't happy.
No,
We weren't happy at all.
no, because all the senior people quit. There's some letters in there, I got an email and attached it, but it was very difficult,
Hmm.
and it took what,
All
3 or
the
4
all the
months.
senior people quit.
Well, the ones I've ever worked, Nancy Sargent, Christina.
She's great.
Mhm.
They all retire, or they just all moved
No,
on?
they moved on.
It's like that email I got. Said they was all moved on, was training new people.
Oh, you got that.
Mhm. Yep. So what do you want to do?
Nothing I can do, is it? No, what's supposed to bring out the bids?
Can we give them a 1-year contract and put it back out if we're not happy?
It'll only be
Only
for one
that.
anyway.
We did do one, I think.
So I move we accept this bid.
I mean, it's just,
Oh, I'm so sorry, please, Bob.
you know, I mean, it wouldn't mind looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explain what that is, you mind?
This is a bid for an auditing company.
Audit the town stuff.
Audit the town's books,
We do it every year.
every penny in and every penny out, every single year. Will not exceed. Oh, Moses, well, by God. We really stepped in that side.
That we can put it back out to bid, but.
I could find out.
Yeah.
Find out where
I know where
Christine is.
Christine went.
What's that?
Do we
Find out where
make decisions
Christina's-
tonight? We find out where Christine went?
No, we'll just.
Well, what exactly is it gonna do for us? I mean, you know, I mean, we have to have an audit. I don't think the town wants us to go without an audit. I don't think the town.
Absolutely not.
For a minute. Man, I don't know what to say. I mean, I think we're kind of over now.
I think we should accept this for this year and maybe do a little research, to find out where our favorite people went.
Yeah, no kidding.
Here's
Here's a list in my packets, of all of these different auditing companies.
But I marked the ones I sent a package to.
Yeah.
One came back undelivered.
I'm ready. And so the little man can't back.
I did.
He's retiring.
He was our auditor at one time.
Yeah.
We were really happy when we moved to auditors. As I recall.
Well, maybe the new ones will get better.
Can't get any worse.
No. No, so we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yep. Any other
I don't
discussion?
see, you know, I frankly don't see what else there is to discuss. I mean, we've got this, we've got a proposal and it is, well, it's not quite double. But,
Well, it's pretty close.
At 12,000.
Yeah. Up to, right, up to 12,000,
it's not to exceed.
not to exceed 12,000.
I don't know that, yeah. Oh, okay.
But they don't get all that money to spend, they
Unless, of course,
probably
we
will.
ask for extra work or something.
Okay, all in favor? Reluctantly? Okay,
Yeah, I'm not happy with that, but.
That's that, we got, let me put it back in that folder, so I don't lose it.
I was hoping that one meeting would be good news.
okay. Budget recommendations, 24-25.
So you three have to tell me, do you want to change any of your recommendations since we've had a few budget meetings or not keep them the same?
I think we do, don't we?
You know, I think we did. I mean, there's only one, we made a couple of marks here.
I'm gonna write in 12,000 under audit.
Under what?
Audit, that's gonna be the change.
Second page.
One piece that, you know, the budget committee made a pretty dramatic change in, on the winter roads and the sand. On that. But the select board didn't.
Right.
And,
Project. You know, that was based, if I'm not mistaken, on the idea that, before Lucas contract is done, they're gonna fill the salt, the sand.
But yeah, that's gonna be revisited on the 30th,
Pardon?
the 30th.
29th. Whatever the date is, 30th.
Right, but they're gonna have that filled so that we would probably need less
Need less, hopefully.
sand for the next year, with the idea that the sand shed would become empty at the end of next year, so that we could see it.
Let's talk about it on the 30th.
The building's not gonna be full, they owe us another 1,400 yards, we can get it $12 a yard, so we need to get that from them, we'll put it in the building, and then it's ridiculous to be paying $18 or $20 a yard for winter sand when we rather need a camp and buy it all screened right out of the pit and truck it over here for probably not much more than what we're paying right now. So you put your bids out, you've got these $18, $20 a yard, which makes, it's ridiculous. And they have good sand in Canton, we've done it there for years. They're gonna be screening out 10,000 yards this summer over there. I can go over there and buy it and have it trucked right over here. And we'll be in it for not much more than what we're paying right now. So just leave the winter sand alone right now, you need to accept the budget as I have it, there's money enough to buy what sand we need for the winter. And there's enough in there to take care of our salt. I don't know how much our salt's going up this year. We usually use 1,200 tons a year. We didn't use quite that this year, but on a normal year, I use 1,200 tons. So the winter road, we just need to accept what you had last year for the same for this year, and I'll take care of what we do on winter sand. You put it out for bid, and you got ridiculous numbers, and you didn't accept it. So we have the option to do something different. They can't say we didn't put it out for bid, and we did. But we can choose another option of going over to Canton and buy it all screened out and truck it over here. That's what we've done for many years.
That sounds like that might make sense. Yep. That's the meeting. So you want to remember where it was? I think that makes sense. You know, and because the number will not be in the budget body of the warrant article, people will have a choice, and people can, so long as the figure is not in the body of the article, amendments can. People decide if that's important. Oh, in every warrant. But he's gonna get it cheaper. I love it all. Putting a lot of things in, although they don't recommend myself. I'm really, they will read the request, the page on, page 15. I want to insist on staying with the request for feedback. I'm waiting for the webinar and, and I know what's everyone, you know, go through the possibility. That's right, we'll do it. What's that? I want to stay with the request about the food bank requested. But we do freezers all the time, refrigerators, and we're doing addition. Yeah, I'm saying that they're gonna be buying a generator. Well, they'll be buying a generator. They get all these freezers to keep running the power goes up. I feel we still have something to use for the customers. Definitely.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that I just, you know, in terms of social services. We don't have anything filled in under social services.
Right,
But I
so-
said that I wanted to support the request for food banks.
So do you all agree?
I did not agree, we didn't vote or anything.
Do you want to vote on it? Because this is gonna be in the warrant for town meeting.
I agree. I know what they spend down there. So we should take a separate vote for each item, or?
For the ones you don't agree on, I need to know what the majority is.
Okay, well, I also wrote the request for, I also recommend the request for Hartford News as well.
For what?
Hartford News?
Yep.
I don't know if the permit is going to be going up, but I know the postage is going to be going up shortly. And I'm assuming that they have figured that in. I know that, Arlene's spreadsheet wasn't much to read. But,
Now, how did NPVN get in here? Because they weren't on here before. They hadn't submitted a request in the last budget. In the last time we met.
They didn't,
No,
I have it in
Is
there.
that channel 10?
I have no idea what it is. I just knew that they weren't.
public television.
Yeah, channel 10.
We had a few late ones. I don't know if that was one of them or not.
Because it wasn't on here before, that's why I had said, we gotta take the name off.
Well, in the past, we had recommendations about, outside social services. We've only made recommendations about the ones that matter to us. And I guess have to say that I will agree with the budget committee that we should be giving something towards the libraries as well. I know that, the budget committee was, recommending $1,200 for the Zadoff Free Library.
I agree.
And, what do we have here? Oh, also, the Lake Innocent Hunter Association is 500. And I agree with the budget committee on that.
Right.
You all agree on 250?
And then,
Right, so it's the same as Bear Pond. We're gonna give them this, budget committee is gonna give them the same as Bear Pond.
and then up towards the top of the page, there was $300 for the increased Robinson Library. And $600 for the Hartford Heritage Society, which they have stuck with the same price for ages. It covers their insurance. How their insurance doesn't go up is beyond me. You know it. But then again, there's not that much to insure. Yes. So what is this other one in, oh yes, the Bear Pond Improvement Association, 250? That is the request. And then what the budget committee recommended was, I think that we can't possibly support our lakes too much. And that goes into dam maintenance or whatever you need to do for, that's so good. So, there you go. The rest of them, I think that we should stick with our usual no recommendation. Like,
They'll decide that today, right? They decide at town meeting.
if they want to give, yeah,
I wanna give.
people will decide that at town meeting, and the government will decide to rent that too. They always have in the past. So we'll see how it goes this time.
Never know.
Right.
So you're recommending the same ones as the budget committee recommended.
With the exception of, well, I don't think I don't see the budget committee recommending anything for Hartford News.
Because we were waiting on the
They recommended,
numbers.
$1,000. They recommended $500 for the food bank, and I'm going to suggest that we don't cut that and we give them a question about it. Because I know it, I know that, so.
And we got the financials,
The other
updated
thing- The other
financials
thing
for
to know about.
Hartford News.
The other thing to know about the food bank, and this is something that Bill Graff will talk to me about the other day, is the amount of money that they get at the food bank, for a lot of the social services, the money they get from our town is not enough to cover all of what they need, but if they draw down that money from the town, they're able to get grant monies from other entities because they can show that they have local support.
Oh,
And then-
they're applying for grants.
Yeah, oh yeah, all the time. all the time. That's how I think they're gonna probably work on that for their generator and some of
Is
the.
that what Sumner gives to their food bank also?
I don't know what somebody gives to
I don't
them.
know what they give.
I don't know. But, you know, in any case, unless there's some, you know, tens of thousands of dollars, they're getting what is amounts to a token amount, because, and then because of the amounts that the town is doing, they're able to draw down money from other entities.
Well, and they have to do fundraising, which they're doing.
Oh, heck, yeah, that is all the time.
Yeah, I saw a request said something about a match.
I'm just wondering if the Hartford Food Bank decides to come back to our hall,
Why
what
would
what
they?
happens? They might, no room. They did it before, but I'm just wondering if the money we spend on generators and additions and all this, is it just lost money?
Well, I presume that, I presume that it's equity, and if we actually wanted to move the hard food bank back here, but I cannot imagine that we want to. I mean, you've got like, you know,
You've got the whole
multiple
setup.
freezers and fridges, and you've never been, but you have to see what they've got going on there. I mean,
We are gonna start,
we.
you guys
would
are gonna
have-
start
we
paying
have
for
to
the
hold a
electricity
bill
too, right?
before we can do
Yes.
something like that.
Bill Glass said that he's gonna start charging Hartford Food Bank for electricity and some of the other.
So, you know,
utilities.
it's not unreasonable that
No,
Hartford would help
Good.
share.
I'm
the
just
burden.
stating.
That many
He told me.
that many fridges and freezers running all the time is going to be quite an expense, so it's not unreasonable that Hartford would pay its share of the utilities.
Well, it's 50-50 from what they showed. Half of the homes, households are from Hartford, and the other half are from Sumner.
Yeah.
That's why I was curious what
So
Sumner.
I think he told me the other day that there were 45 this past cycle, and the cycle was every 2 weeks, not once.
That's what their report said.
Yeah, well, it is remaining consistent.
Creeping the 50.
What's that?
Creeping the 50.
50 families.
Mhm.
It's the food.
So, what am I putting for food bank?
1,000. Are we gonna agree with what the budget committee recommended? Administrative.
Oh, they're gonna come back.
You didn't do your homework.
I'm just trying to show you that, the page one.
Labor increases is what I'm
So
specifically.
3.2%?
There's a bunch of differences in between you and the budget committee all the way through here.
That's the janitorial budget for the town hall.
What's that?
They cut $100 from the janitorial for the town hall, for instance.
They added, money to the assessing, they added deducted from the beach. You guys had office equipment, put it under capital. I don't have any number for them, office equipment, 'cause I know they put the copier under capital. I have water here, someone wants. some.
So we're gonna do the 3.2, or what are we gonna do?
Come up with that.
Which one are we gonna do? For everybody?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes. Except for Jane.
Right. We already have that. Right.
Because that's what they say. What she said, 1,000. Just a minute.
Yes.
That's what they said. Hmm? It seemed like it. I think maybe it's result.
I think at the time we didn't really have all the numbers because they already had money in that budget. They had requested, they think they're gonna need 3,000. Originally, we set up to 5.
You guys want to go with the, we have one energy.
3,000, yeah.
On what? I can't hear you guys.
We're talking about beach expenses.
So you're changing that to 3.
Recommendation, yes.
Mileage, you're keeping this your same original recommendation?
I think it's probably a good idea. In 2023, we've always spent more than something like the
Legal, so 75, you know? I think we have to put everything.
Let's get by assessing. Do you wanna? I think they came up with a new request. That's why the budget committee is different than,
Well, that's what it's noticing, is the budget committee is asking for more.
I didn't bring my book with me, but I'm pretty sure Mike sent a new request.
15,500. I
No.
wanna say.
You okay with that?
Hold on.
Next one was office equipment, that's different.
Because they moved that. The capital.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's insurance. We can just get rid of that.
What page you on?
The second one,
Yeah,
Okay.
under office
Number
equipment.
25,
Yep.
25,
the 6430,
6430.
right.
it should be in somewhere else, but it's going to capital anyway.
So,
The next one that I see is under town office. The budget committee recommended 400. You guys said 200 for miscellaneous.
I think the reason they went to 4 was because we thought we might need something sooner. Right, going with the budget committee for.
And heating oil, they said 1,500. Do you want to go with that?
You actually think it's gonna go down?
I think we're gonna use less
If we,
if we use the heat pumps.
We have a cold winter, it won't.
so, and then if we don't use the heat pumps, the temperature is below, so the really bland, it's not gonna make much difference. And then,
Instead of if we have real fast and winter, like it's going down below zero and stuff. You're using more oil. What are you basically doing this one?
For sure.
you know. On the other hand,
What about 2,000? We'll just leave it at 24. What do you guys want to do?
which one are you talking about, 24?
Huh?
It's at 19. You recommended 19, the budget committee 1,500 for
That's
the
what I
town,
have here.
town office.
Town
Yeah.
hall, sorry, gotcha.
But then the heat pump over there might be all right, just that one small room. Pretty small.
Yep.
It might be all right.
my understanding is that even though they might be efficient with that, if we're drawing enough power.
So, yes, for the town office, 1,500. Yes.
15,
Yeah.
Next one down, propane, they said 700, you guys said 6.
So
Propane is not going down.
The way I'll say,
agree
I
with the
got
seven.
I got a delivery just this week and I was stunned when I saw my bill.
Next one, town hall janitorial, do you go with the 200 or the 100?
That's for supplies. Is that supplies?
How much,
Janitorial.
how much janitorial, supplies do you think you need for this hall?
Oh, I just ran out of that oil soap, that's like $20 a job.
So,
I'll be
Oil soap,
$150 a year, probably,
how much?
150 probably, soap and.
Salt is like $8-9 a bag.
Yeah.
That's not janitorial.
That's not
No.
janitorial.
Yeah, salt.
That would come under maintenance, right? No? Or is that come under maintenance? No.
So you wanna keep the 200?
Yeah.
Okay,
Next one is,
So if the salt doesn't come out of that, where does?
no, they're all
that
that they match. I'm gonna add 250 for flags, cause I have a 0 there, the bottom.
flags,
Hello?
cemetery,
250?
Yep. Next one is bulky waste curbside. They have 18,000, you have 33,000. You wanna keep yours?
Well, what about 25?
Um, well, I think the budget committee has, they're sticking with that plan,
Right, with one pickup truckload.
so you agree with that? No, with the,
Oh, and gotcha.
do you want 33 or 18?
It'll be more 18 where we're doing it now. isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just stick with the 33. So
This is for next year. If we continue with the way we have it now. With this year's, comes out of this year's budget.
This is good. Well,
we're gonna have a lot of feedback.
Well, and the thing of it is, admittedly, the, solid waste, solid waste committee is changing, and we might come up with some, to see what the recommendations are, chances are, we might recommend that we all go with with Mrs. Bowen's proposal, but, let's just, I think we need to wait and see what we end up with, say it takes a little while for people to use.
You won't know at town meeting.
What?
We won't know yet at town meeting.
Oh, hell no. No, we don't, this is for next year, and even, I'd say even a year is a short amount of time to make a dramatic change in the solid waste program, so it may be longer than that before we make the change. I don't think we want to,
Right.
I think.
I'm hoping it will go down because we've limited the,
I think that it's important that we let, we give that, the new program a chance to work.
yeah,
Hopefully, everybody will be on the same page.
So what are you recommending?
20,
Hmm?
20. Yeah, 20 or 25 for next year.
Oh, I would think at least 25. At least.
So I think-
But, but
because
we should be cutting that.
Yep,
Alright,
Well, we're gonna do-
we're gonna skip roads and go way to the end. Capital outlay reserve, you had 1,000, they said 5,000 in case we need a copier.
that's what it is.
Yeah, I go with 5.
Yeah,
If the copier goes, it goes. We have to do something.
well, it's.
If you don't need it, then-
We're not gonna use it.
And next one is town office reserve, you said 15,000, they said 0.
That's for this year.
Well. That'd be fine. They didn't have comprehensive plan, but you know. We haven't exactly followed the comprehensive plan, like they were doing that.
Just remember the county budget went up
30,000.
30,000.
Yes.
Road budget went up. What else?
Yep.
went up?
We haven't got the school budget yet, but
Yeah.
we know it's not gonna be the same.
So I did question, it says next to that, $50,000 from,
Fund balance.
oh, fucking,
I have the year there, but I can't see it.
okay. Yeah, I was thinking, I mean, if we zero it out for 1 year, we're not exactly planning to do this. In the next 2 years anyway.
Do you agree?
Yep.
Zero. Revenue, do you want to just agree with what they suggested? Or do you have changes?
The reevaluation reserve, no, it's the same.
I don't think you put
Sorry,
anything else.
keep going
on
down.
there. I think everything else matches the budget committee,
Okay,
except for the next page, the revenue, they put numbers in, you didn't.
Excise, motor vehicle excise, they thought we get, you know. Maybe the supplies are getting more expensive all the time, I don't know.
No, because we underestimate every year, and they wanted to bring it closer to reality.
I don't see that line.
Excise,
No, I think revenue. Is it
Are you
the
on the
excise
last-
revenue?
the last page,
17.
it's all revenue.
17.
Oh, so,
Oh,
yeah,
wait, is the line we're talking about.
I see, okay.
You can either go one by one or just agree with what they say, because we,
I say we agree with what the budget committee, the budget committee suggested on revenue.
okay, and then that's it, I think.
I think we should.
Great.
So the third is maybe what, no.
So, you ready?
And town report operations.
Ken took some pictures for the cover. I went down and took some different ones.
I think this, I think the ones on the top
Are they in order of what you like?
You haven't seen them all, I don't think. So
did you see them all? Oh, yeah, I do. Well, you probably better in color, right?
Yeah.
That one.
There's some more options. I went down and took some more pictures just in case.
Yeah, this is not good.
Just the bottom one that's changed.
Right, the top one is the same.
Yeah.
Is that your picture, Colin? Yeah, I'm showing you, don't go where we- I mean, we can do it, but-
One of the close-ups was a stone of Fuller.
Yeah.
Give me
It
which-
is it the long zone? And then the design name, but. And Captain Isaac for. Oh, son of that. No, I think I like that one the best. Is this gonna be something that is
It's better than the flag in it.
It does have a flag in it.
Well, it's got a flag figure.
It's a flag right there.
There's a flag.
Just, yeah, it's just kind of the wind blowing in. Even blowing it up in for you. But there's a flag in it.
Don't have that one.
This one looks like on the same photo. But
The top one's all the same, it's the
the
bottom.
top one's all changed, but this one has a lot better resolution. Of the bottom ones, I choose this one.
Well, I like that one.
It doesn't show it, it doesn't put the steps and stuff like that, but, you know, I mean, the ones that just added just to you just stuff was.
The colors of flag would pop, you know, nice. Cause in the dark black and white, I couldn't even see it. Bottom and the top. Top of that.
And
For this.
I think Kathy prepared our report.
What's that?
I think you prepared a report.
You read it.
Oh, you did?
You did the handwritten one, but you did it. Oh, you did. Well, then I haven't had it. I need a copies and just. When you decided on this? I just pass it to her, the one that I chose.
I mean, I don't know how, I like
I don't want those.
this one.
Okay. You don't want all those back?
Has probably been a resolution, but I suppose you can choose whichever one of the best. It's all the same photo, so you're just gonna choose the best resolution. You want to pass me the first page, so I can read that.
I can't, it's on the,
What about this page here?
this is page 3.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'll read fast. Yeah, yeah, I can. I do like what you told them, when they had moved to the building.
The dedication, I haven't received a new list yet. For the food bank.
Oh, yeah. I can bring that up for you.
Smell good. Make it change.
No, this is could be people who we don't have to do it for them.
Put that in there somewhere.
Made a couple of small ones. Particularly the writing, managing my writing, and I didn't put any companies.
You all agree on this report?
Yep.
I know you do.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like, for instance, I mentioned the Kathy was elected on to the select board, because this is a historical document, this is how you want to install.
Yep.
And then I just said that you were elected as a chairman of the select board.
Did you write it on here?
No, I didn't.
Yep.
I-
Okay.
It's not in very big writing, because there's not very much space, but I put a little, like an upside down view to go where it fits.
Okay.
I think you can manage it, if you can't, I can, tell you what I know.
Okay, broadband grant funds.
All right, well,
So you're all okay with this?
What is that, Helen?
The warrant for town meeting. I'm gonna update the recommend. Are we not there?
No, we're on broadband grant funds.
Yeah, but.
town report preparation is still on that. Is that?
Oh, we're still in town report preparation?
Were you okay with this? You all reviewed it? Did you have work? I'm just gonna update the recommendations that you made tonight and the amounts.
So what are we gonna do with the building permit ordinance? Are we gonna pass it as it is?
That's up in a minute.
What?
That's 2 places down. in the-
Oh, it's in this, that's why I'm asking.
We'll have to figure out what we do next. So on articles, notice where it says Article 21, it says Article 210. I know we will notice that. Oh, yeah. Just, so you notice that that is a minor thing. So I think that in Article 22, the select board actually does want to recommend.
I'm gonna update all the recommendations and the
sorry.
amounts.
Okay.
Article 18, did you want to put a recommendation on that one or just leave it?
Actually, yeah. I, but since, there was at least one extension, which you might want to continue doing that, but I would recommend you, I actually do recommend that they're part of class. Because, there's a factory that, so thing that. So.
Anybody else on Article 18?
Nope, I agree with it. You know I'm not gonna. It's gonna cost us a bunch of money.
I mean, well, yeah, but it's not, legally, we don't really have books, so.
No, just continue.
In any case, I move that we, recommend Article 18 pass.
I second it.
All in favor?
Against?
Oh,
Abstain?
abstain.
So the next question I have is for Article 39. And that is, I mean, we don't really have any choice in that, one way or another, but is having this wording contingent on having the administrative ordinance passed?
This is the law.
Well, that's, I know it is, that's why I said, again, we don't really have any choice.
We've always
So-
had both, so you want me to take it out?
No, I don't think so, but I'm just wondering if there's anything in that is contingent upon having it, the administration ordinance passed, but it's law, so, you know, passed down from the Supreme Court of the United States, what can you say? It is what it is.
Under administrative ordinances that they have to pass, that'll be the administrative ordinance update.
But updating it to include this.
Right.
And
Yeah.
in that.
Article 20? Did you look at that one?
Wondering about that. Cheaper.
But is it legal? Is it legal? We don't have to do this?
Or to enter into a multi-year contract for the providing interest. I mean, if we are allowed to, at least we'd have the right to. If we don't have that in there, then if we decided to go in that direction, then we wouldn't have the right. So I would say leave it in there, and if it passes fine, then it's not gonna take much time by the town meeting. People are gonna say, oh, okay, and probably vote it in. And then at least we have some flexibility, because we take that out of there and somehow we wanted to do something different, involve a multi-year contract, then we wouldn't be allowed to do it. Okay, so I think that will, that's some flexibility.
I think the only other thing is to, which one was it? To reduce taxes by fund balance. I put 30,000, but it hasn't been discussed yet. Oh, 13. But we can, talk about it at the last budget meeting if you want to. See where we're at,
Right, because we don't really know
right?
what numbers yet.
The other thing. Well, that's, what everybody wants, so to get the contentiousness of our earlier, the earlier part of the meeting, and it's so quiet now, but, you know, question is, should we add to the warrant, an article? Many people give thumbs up or thumbs down to this, loan bond.
I think that we need to let the town people be a part of that. That kind of way.
I understand, and yes, but we'll get time.
Right, exactly, which is why we should make time.
Well, we begin.
Why couldn't we do this next year?
What I'm thinking,
Why do we have to do it this year?
what I'm thinking, why can't they? What was it we decided the last meeting that was such a topic on?
Kirkside?
Yeah, the
Curbs,
bulky
was
waste.
it bulky waste?
Yeah,
Curbside,
bulky waste, huh? Yeah.
Curbside, everybody, we talked about it. Or was it the bulky waste again?
It was too bad, bulky waste.
We
Most-
didn't, we didn't have a hearing for the bulky waste. It was an agenda item. That was a decision.
I mean, it
Right, but it actually went on the
I mean,
agenda
town
and people
meeting.
came and talked about it. When David.
No,
presented
not
this.
that, I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about a town meeting, such a discussion on something. I think it was guaranteed over.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Last year, when everybody was talking, discussing anything with it. And you voted.
Right, but they don't even know what the roads, people in the community don't even know about this. There's a lot of money.
Wow, the way I look at it. We can get people up there.
We're here today, talking about paving,
Yes.
I can't hear a thing about
I
it,
said we can just, if we can get the info all out there.
I just think it's
So,
ridiculous.
what is the public meeting you have on all the articles that you just approved on the wall? Do you have a public meeting here?
No,
They didn't just come in the last night of the paperwork either.
We will read these on.
I'm asking you, you have a public
May
meeting
3rd,
on the
May 3rd.
article for the warrant that you just approved. You said they
May
approved
3rd.
all these.
May 30th.
Okay. Okay, so you're treating these articles different than the article that we're asking for paving.
They can't make any changes. They can't take it off. They can't put it on. It's just come see and review the budget.
That's true, but it's still a budget hearing. And the point, I guess, you know, my take of it is that at that point, you know, actually, we could certainly educate people before that too. Because, you know, we have a list of roads.
We can make it public.
We can make it public.
Of course it's public. Everyone's coming.
I told you people 2 months ago that I was gonna be having a paving bond for an article. And if it was gonna, that there had been a hearing on it or a meeting, you should have told me so we could have arranged that. You said nothing.
Ben,
wait
you
till
just
tonight.
called me today.
Wait
I
till
didn't even know
tonight.
I was
I
going
told
to
you
it.
2 months ago, a month ago.
We sat
6
right
weeks
there
ago,
when we
that
reviewed
I
the budget.
told you 6 weeks ago that I was putting a package together for payment. And you sat there and you said nothing. So
Because I
now
wasn't
you wait till
following.
tonight, when I.
No, you waited
presented
till
it to
tonight.
you, I sat there, I presented it to you, and now you just wanna wing it out and don't even want to deal with it. Just because you don't like the audiences.
No, what's on it at all? I think we need
Yes,
more
I
improvements.
The
I
audience.
think that people need to have a say in this.
Then why aren't they having a say in all these other articles?
They have, they've been here and they presented stuff. They sent stuff to
Because
us.
public hearing.
We've had time to look at it. You just dropped this in our lap tonight. You dropped it in our lap tonight.
6 weeks ago, I was putting together a paving bond. And you just want to sweep it under the carpet.
I
tonight,
don't want to sweep
And
that
you don't want
carpet.
to deal with it because you personally don't like it.
No, not at all.
That's it, exactly.
No, there's
Why
always,
wasn't
You
that
want
on
to
the
be a one man
agenda?
show.
it wasn't on the
Should've been
agenda
on the
tonight.
agenda for that.
I know,
It's not even been put on. the
All
agenda.
of them discuss the third, to have the article, the people to vote
I
yes
think
or
we
no.
should move this forward. We didn't even have it on the agenda. No one could come and talk about it.
Can we discuss it
I
on?
talked to you about it before.
Yeah, we're gonna, with the budget meeting. Is that what you mean?
No, I meant.
I don't know. I told you,
The articles.
I don't know if there's a hearing required or not. I didn't get an answer.
But even at least on.
There
the
are
agenda.
people out there that
Even on the
want,
agenda.
there are people out there that want roads paved and they wanna have an article to be able to decide what they wanna do. And you might want to wing it under the table.
That's not it.
That's exactly what you wanna do to me.
That's not it at all, Ben.
That is it.
It isn't.
Yes, it is.
You just sprung this on
I
us
did
in
not
pricing
spring
tonight.
it on
You
you. I
did.
sprung it on you 6 weeks ago, when I told you I was gonna have a paving.
Help my roof.
No, no, we didn't.
Yes, I did.
Lenny's hands up
Lenny,
again.
would you like to go?
I'm trying to figure out where we are in the agenda.
Town report preparation.
Oh, how did we get back on roads?
Because the town meeting warrant is part of the preparation.
Okay. Thank you. I was lost and trying to figure it out.
People don't want this thing, they'll vote no.
I just think that there are other roads and everyone should have a say in it. Versus you just coming forward with what roads you think need to be done.
I'm coming forward with what people are asking me to do.
I
But
can't
you're not
imagine-
Can I just say one other thing?
I'm on the agenda, I'm on the roads, I started talking about it now on the roads.
Hold on.
What's
Mitch.
Lenny saying?
Lenny,
I was just maybe I'm not understanding, but I was thinking because we elect and pay the road commissioner that we expect him to come up with a plan. I'm confused.
well,
I
he's asking, hold on a second, Tim. We are asking, it wasn't on the agenda tonight that they were gonna review a road bond. And so nobody
Ah.
came to even discuss this tonight.
Okay,
It's on the agenda.
no, that,
So
you
we're-
just clarified it.
Yeah,
It's not always, I couldn't come tonight because I'm taking care of my grandchildren, but I just, sometimes it was hard for me to hear, it gets echoey, so I was just trying to get clarification.
yep, thank
So
you.
now I understand, it wasn't an agenda item.
Ken,
Thank you, I understand. I'll put my hand down, thank you.
I think that's just the bottom line. It's not an agenda item. Public hasn't had a chance to come in and weigh in. I know Ben has a report and he has all the right intentions. And he wants to do the right thing for the town, but the town needs to have input. That's a public meeting. And this is a public meeting. But we need to have people know about what's gonna be on the agenda or have a hearing. At least have an agenda item showing that we're gonna discuss the details of what Ben wants to present.
It just slide it in off.
They was aware of it 6 weeks ago when I told them I was putting together a paving plan on some roads, they were aware of this. And if they wanted to have me have a hearing over the other, we would have one.
Every other item that comes before the board has a protocol. I do not understand why this is not making protocol. Somebody help me understand why this isn't following
right,
protocol.
right, I just saw it for the first time tonight.
We want transparency in this town, we want integrity in this town. We need to have it on the agenda or have a public hearing.
Exactly. I don't understand why
I'm
this
saying-
is. Is it a money issue? What is it? I don't understand why.
What people vote on.
But I don't understand why it didn't follow the proper protocol.
That if I wasn't doing it the way they wanted me to, 6 weeks ago, when I said I was putting a paving bid together, a bunch of roads for paving, they should have told me that we need to have a hearing on it.
So does this fall on Susan alone, or does it fall on Kathy and Lee as well? Does it fall on Leanne? Who does it fall on? Why didn't you call it Susan? Picking on Susan.
Susan's the chairman of the board, I'm talking to her. And who are you, what's your,
Kathy Langley.
nice to meet you.
See,
I don't really know.
I don't
It's
understand.
all that with you, but I don't.
Why is this such a damn shit show?
Get it on the agenda, so people can vote if they wanna have their roads done. If they don't, they'll vote no.
You just said the magic word, agenda, but it's not on the agenda, so why?
He's
I
talking.
don't-
he's
I'm
talking-
talking about.
I don't want to go on the road.
I'm talking about-
Let's put on the agenda.
6 weeks ago.
He's talking about how, hold on,
In the end, how can you expect people to vote when they don't have the information?
Exactly.
You have to have the information.
That's
the bottom line.
They're gonna be having a meeting on whatever the 3rd or whatever, anyone that has any questions, and then talk.
I've always been told that I have to put something on the agenda in order to speak about it even in open session. It doesn't count in open session
It
unless
could be
you
on
have
the-
it on the agenda.
it could be on the road.
People.
Yeah, but it's just vague. Wait, but that's just vague, that's just the title that goes on every single time. I asked for all this money.
Vote right there, and I've discussed it with them before, and if they needed a special meeting for this, they should have said something.
Bim, when you came and talked about your budget, and we all three went over it before, and then it was going into the budget committee, you said,
That's this
I-
year's budget.
Correct. I'm just reiterating that night.
And at the same
You,
time.
hold on, please, please. You sat right here and you said, I'm going to be putting together a road bond. These are some of the things I'm talking about. And, but we were discussing your budget and you said, I'll let you guys know. What did I get? I got a call today,
That's what we said.
6 weeks ago.
The reason
I
I
get a
called
call
him today was because Leanne told me I need to have it in tonight for the, to get it on the warrants. So I called you so you wouldn't be just walk in here and it just gets thrown on. I had already talked about this with you 6 weeks ago. And if I needed to have a special meeting on that, someone should have said that.
Well, at the time, we were discussing your road, hold on, we were discussing your road budget. We had no numbers. You said you're gonna have Leanne get stuff to us, and then nothing happened. And
I
then
was under the
tonight,
impression that we were gonna bring this in and talk, and like, we had our budget committee meeting, we were gonna discuss our summer roads, budget, summer budget, this year, coming year's budget. And I didn't realize it hit the beginning of tonight, that's how come it came so fast. I've been working on this thing for 6 weeks, getting people out here, riding the roads, getting numbers. And all I'm simply asking is to have an article, and if they don't want it, they'll vote no.
all I'm simply asking is that I think there are a lot of people in this community, before we spend $1 million, and I understand we get to vote on it. I do understand that. I'm just saying, we should discuss it. I mean,
Whatever, Susan, you're running the show, okay?
no, I'm not. I'm one of 3. I'm just the person running the meeting.
Yeah.
How would it work out if we? There's all kinds of different ways we can let the public know. You got Facebook, you got you got the town website.
Well, I don't understand.
I'd
like to hear why
Hold
we're
on,
beating the
hold
horse.
on, so one person speaking at a time, please.
Boy, I'm looking at it, why can't we just give out all the information we can to the public, either Facebook or website, town website, send them letters,
How are they gonna give us feedback?
Tell me.
Questions.
How are they gonna ask questions?
tell me.
I'm here for sure.
What if they go, we don't want this one road, they're gonna turn the whole thing
What's
off?
that? Budget hearing?
I mean, the budget hearing is gonna happen, and we read through all, pretty much, we all usually only read through the budget articles, and we have hearing on
Ordinances,
ordinance.
meet and greet the candidates.
Right, but it's not a hearing, no one can have any input.
Can we?
It's a budget hearing.
Yeah, but that's it.
But nothing changes, we don't take that budget and then go, oh, well, we don't want this road paved because I think money should go to this road, or that is already decided. They can't make a change that day.
Information.
It's just information. And I just think we should have town input into these roads.
And honestly, you don't even have that information here tonight. Bill hasn't presented that to you.
Yes, yes, yeah, we have copies of them.
Oh, you have,
Yes.
but the public here doesn't. Public isn't informed.
They can come in on the 3rd when they discuss any of these other articles.
It's kind of like, push it through and then we'll tell you about it. That's how I feel.
Exactly, I've been coming to all these meetings and this was never discussed. I mean, I think everybody needs to know what's going on. I don't
Well,
think
they
just
can't
throw
when
it
it
at
comes
us.
to the 3rd.
It's the
Then
third,
they can come to town meeting, roll yes or no.
The 30th is
May,
budget.
May 30th.
30th is.
April
budget
30th.
hearing.
May,
Oh,
Hearing,
May 30th.
ordinance hearing.
That's just review. Same.
April 30th is the budget meeting where they're going to discuss roads.
Right.
May 30th is the budget hearing, informational hearing.
Right, but it's informational. There's no feedback, there's no changes, it's whatever is put forward, and I can just hear it.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Transparency in this town. Up to you guys.
I just don't understand why we can't take the time to bring the community in. And I know it's the last night. I'm sorry, I'm not the one who brought it tonight. I just think I love the work that Ben does. I'm just saying that the community may not agree with the same roads that he's got forward. That they might want to take money from the pony and put it on town farm. They might wanna,
But they should give us the chance for you to explain why.
Exactly, because I don't get it. I don't understand why it's that, why you're picking those roads. I mean, you didn't cancel roads all. The population is nothing to get to town farm and that road is bad. Why did it get that bad? If he's maintaining.
He's trying to get all the dirt roads. Most of the dirt roads paved.
With the population of Barrington Road, you're gonna pave that road with 2 people on it when you got.
No. Well, so.
More 2 people.
The part of Darrington Road we're talking about is the lower part of Darrington Road has been, you know, it has been open to winter maintenance since forever. I'm not talking about Upper Darrington Road where,
he's already gonna work on that beginning of Darrington Road.
that's a complete, it's not a completely different road, but it's a whole different section.
But they would
Okay.
know.
So just so that you understand. You know, and one of the reasons why Barron Hill Road and the Camp Road and Cherry Hill Road and some of these other roads have received attention is because they are kind of far from, and what's been going on for quite some time is you said how much the load coal patch costs, you know, when you have guys going out there and shoveling it on there and smoothing it off, and then of course nothing really sticks, so it all blows out. We've all seen that kind of patching, and we have patches on top of patches, on top of patches.
$1 million is
And
a
then the-
lot of money.
What?
$1 million is
Yeah.
a lot of money, just.
Well, I
say,
think-
Go ahead.
My other thing too, though, when you post the roads, and I don't get that we had warm weather. And then for one day, we had cold weather and they driving their trucks on the road. It's not, I don't think it freezes that good overnight
Yeah,
for them to be driving the trucks, even though the road is posted.
What trucks are you talking about?
I talked to you before about this, about when we had that nice weather. And the road is posted, and I got pictures of them coming down the road with a big loader on the back, with a big dump truck and whatever, and the road's posted. But yeah, the weather was 32 degrees that day, but hello, it's been warm the days before it, so just for one day, it's okay to ride on that road.
These are things. if we had-
But I don't understand how the road can be that frozen enough for a big truck like that. That's why the road is so bad, because they're bringing those trucks on that road all the time.
Yeah.
Can we just table this and try to get some public input, please? Well, beating it dead horse. Okay, so table it like you normally do. And then try to get the public in here, get notification.
I don't believe with in the amount of time between tonight and when we meet again and have to have this finished, there is not time legally to give public notice.
He's been doing this for how many years, and why is he bringing it in at the last minute? I mean, he should know better.
You know, a special meeting for
Did the 3 of us know about this 6 to 8 weeks ago?
No.
All we knew was he was putting together
He
something.
mentioned that he was going to do it when.
So either you guys drop the
We have
ball
a
or he
special-
drop the ball, where can we remedy this?
Can we have a
Because
special meeting to make this,
hastiness and
Special select
making a
meeting?
mistake.
special selectmen's meeting
Hearing
to make this a town?
about roads.
Like I said, I don't know what the requirements are for a bond. You got,
I-
you two
I
went
think
through.
That's part of it.
Yeah, but it's just,
That's the thing, you can't do this so last minute.
I try to get
Susan
in-
said she did not know about, it. Did the 2 of you know about this?
In any way,
No more
shape,
than, no more than we did.
No more than she did.
We,
No
we all
numbers.
have, we all have the same.
He's saying you did, so
We
if
know
somebody's
he's putting a
not.
package together.
We knew he was putting something together, and frankly, I figured that it would come up when it came up, so I didn't give a lot of thought, right? It's not like I've been working alongside him and saying, okay, so when is this gonna be ready?
The last
Because
time we
it
had-
would come up when,
Wait a second.
that he would tell us about it when he had it complete, and I don't know, I mean, when he said, Mr. Dave, okay, so that was a while ago, because he has this, quote from Northeast Trading.
But even today, he calls me, he goes, I didn't want to just drop this on you, so here you
Yeah,
go.
it's
And I
fine.
go,
So they already knew.
it's 3:30.
Oh, you,
And
so.
so here's the thing.
I don't know
You
how
know, I
long.
mean,
He
They
said he
haven't
called
finished.
me, but I don't talk to Kathy. And
I got a budget, I'm on the budget committee.
Yeah.
On my budget report, it said in there,
I knew,
You knew.
but he told me to
but
keep
he
it
didn't
quiet.
present it to the select board, and he doesn't have the details. So the onus really goes back on the road commissioner to give those details, not the select board,
the
not
God's
us.
honest truth is,
This is
we've
what
been
I
mighty
understand.
happy if we've known about this
Exactly.
2 weeks.
Leanne
ago.
just said she knew about it, but she was asked not to talk about it.
Give you the
Well,
details.
he was gonna do a presentation I thought at the budget meeting, but since
And
we're working on the
other
warrant.
Budget committee would have it on their agenda because.
How soon can you-
It's being spent in 2025.
Which things do we have to pull to get? To find out if we can have a special meeting?
And it will raise.
You
this
can have a
budget
special
because we gotta
meeting,
make-
I just don't know what's required, time limit.
In
If it
terms-
has to be in the
Because
newspaper, I'm not
sometimes,
sure.
the requirements, for lead time for a hearing might be different depending on what exactly you're having a hearing about. And if it's about a road bond, there may be certain requirements of how long you have to notify people before.
I
the
feel like we
hearing.
don't have
Am I
that
correct?
information. Here we are trying to push it through right now.
You
Like
can set
someone's
it,
dying of reading.
set it,
Okay, wait till next year if we don't have time this year.
Right.
Not our fault, none of us, none of our fault. Next year, it can be presented early enough to make it. If
And we
can't do it
can
this
actually
year-
have a hearing and I know the road committee doesn't even meet. So, but it would be nice to have some sort of plan and people could say,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
understand.
my road needs this and what's the plan and.
The reason I was, when we wanted, when Bill wanted that road bond the last time, I actually helped him talk to people to get it through. And the only reason was because I knew asphalt was going up through the roof. And then we did not get it done fast enough, right, Kathy? And the price caught us in the pants. So we didn't get done what we should have got done if we did it prior to that. But this time, there was no big savings. It goes up every year, but there's no, we were talking, we were gonna do a lot more roads than we got, you know what it was gonna do. We could have did all the things in almost with that one. But all of a sudden, we got caught and the price of asphalt went up. I mean, I actually was there and we did it in Sumner. And it was outside, remember in the driveway, and I was actually arguing with Nate, Mason, Merrill, about it.
Moral Mason.
Laurel,
Yeah.
yeah, and I was arguing about it, telling them, look, asphalt's down right now, we get this bond, we can hurry up and do all these things, but. I mean, I was for it, I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you, I don't think it's worth the money right now to do it.
Well, we have a process, it's followed.
And like I said, then,
And if Bim were here every week, every time we had a select board meeting and said I was putting this together, but he. To come and call me like right in the afternoon and he'd already spoke to Kathy, he'd already spoke to Lee and I didn't talk to him until he called me like at 3 or 3:30. I don't wanna drop this on you, but this is what's coming tonight.
there's money in the summer road budget to do some tires.
We're gonna get the FEMA money back and we can hopefully
I'm
do all the
sure
work we were supposed to do last year, which we haven't done.
some of the roads that he's talking about, are pretty flat, they don't really wash out like. I mean, the next road, I mean, if we do all those roads, the next road would be Lee's Road, that's a mess. I mean, there's a lot of roads that are a mess, you can't go along. Not as fast as he wants to. You can't afford it,
Right,
the town can't afford it.
and he's been doing a great job on the roads. We've made some great improvements.
Stuff, you know? It's follow a process. that's in place. for a
He can
reason.
say anything he wants about.
But, you know, he's talking about adding Pratt Hill when Pratt Hill should already be paid for.
Should have been done last year.
Right, and the money was in that budget. When we get that back from FEMA, that should be going to Pratt Hill Road and the other projects that were planned last summer.
You know?
That we couldn't do because we were repairing roads from flooding last summer. So poor Pratt Hill and several others,
Shouldn't
Church
the
Street.
taxpayers know what they're getting for the 900,000 or the 1.2?
I think
We
said
had a
1.3.
discussion on.
Right, it says 1.3. This is what I don't understand too. It says 1.3. Which number do you put in? Because now he's like lowered it down to 900,000. I just feel like we're rushing. We don't really have all the information.
Right.
It's a lot of money.
Sometimes even.
We have a road one now, we've only paid 2 years on, we still have 8 more years. This will add another one.
You only paid 2 years on it? Okay. Yeah,
So-
The same one.
I feel like
It's
there's
possible that we can live.
something on a lot. more than that.
Does the other one come out of his summer money?
Yes. 150 something thousand.
150,000, I think.
It goes down a little bit every year.
This one come out of his summer money.
Well, the payments for that one, yeah.
150. I want to give the right number. It was 170,000 this year for the road bond. No, 155, sorry.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it was
Sorry.
155,000 we're paying a year for the last road one.
And that was supposed to be paid with the summer road. money.
It is.
Summer road keeps going up.
So double that. In what we'll be paying for the next 15 years or 18 years.
However many years it ends up.
Yeah.
Plus,
And
we
then-
have other roads that
We
need
still have
work.
more roads to fix in around this time. We can't do it every year. It's gonna be that.
And just remember that when we pave these roads, 2 to 3 years later, we gotta do a top coat.
Right.
Which
And
means
then
what,
10 years
another road
later-
bond?
Except for the ones that are listed to get a,
Right. Well, we'd have to
to get
do
a,
Tucker, Mahoney.
some of these proposed roads are to, overlay.
But like Mahoney, nobody, we could even close that in the winter, that section. People could go the other way.
No one lives in the middle.
Nobody lives in the middle where it's not paved. That's just a
Wow.
lot of money.
Maybe Sylvia, but she's not even here.
Well, what
Right.
about, what about Kathy Dickens?
That's right at the tar.
But to me, instead of paving that, what's the price on that? Wouldn't that be great to put it on Town Farm Road where Town Farm Road's used all the time? And Mahoney is not.
Almost 200,000.
Well, Town Farm Road, I mean, he's right about having to do work on Town Farm Road.
Right, but they could put some work into it and get it closer to being ready.
When I was on the road committee, a lot of these roads that got paved were not even the priority roads.
Well, that's why I think we need
I had Peter.
public
I went up to the West and got meters
forum.
for all these roads, all of them. And I put them out there.
Like those things you drive over.
Yeah, and they weren't the priorities. We had a whole list, when I was on the road committee, Harley and I and a couple other people, we had a whole list of roads.
I was there, I was there.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
You had David during the meeting. So,
And I mean, 140 was a pretty busy road, Tucker Road, there was a crossover, Town Farm Road, Church Street.
140's never been
Camp
out.
Road was not a busy road.
What's the one at the end of the farm that goes around,
Yeah,
that's
we,
old
we,
one
we,
forty?
did- we worked our butts off, and then the road commissioner, because he was the road commissioner, did what he wanted to do and not do what the science told us to do. We went out in my van, me and Steve, and we looked at roads and we had suggestions and everything, but it just went, fell by the wayside.
Well, I don't understand why it's me against BIM or BIM against us. We all want the roads to be repaired. We all want to do good. I just want to have full transparency, not have someone say, oh, I didn't even know that was happening. And now we're gonna spend $1 million, $1.3 million, because that's what he requested. And we haven't even like vetted it or put it out there at all.
well, you guys know, because we have paperwork, not us. I mean, no people out there even knew it was gonna be discussed tonight.
What about, what if,
Comes time to vote for it, everybody's gonna be very surprised.
Yeah.
The only thing we did in that particular time around the road committee was widen Tucker Road, right, Steve?
I know, I'd love to have Tucker Road paved, but I've had residents tell me they don't want it paved.
You know, something.
So, do they
Tucker
know that?
Road- Paving Tucker Road is on, this is, would you like to look at this?
No, I know Tucker Road's on there, but I've had residents tell me, cause I've told them, oh, I'd love to have this paved, and they go, we don't want it paved.
Well.
So
no,
do they know that? Do they know
Okay,
that,
thank-
that
thank
Bim's
you.
got it on there, that they want to pave it, cause they'll wanna know.
well, people didn't want their roads paved.
I wouldn't want
I
my-
know.
But it was.
I
Leanne?
wouldn't want mine paved.
you know, you guys were supposed to work on a fund balance policy, but we haven't yet because the auditors never showed up to guide you. But you
I know.
could take put an article in to take some fund balance, 100,000 or I don't know, and put it in a reserve for paving and do that as we can afford it. Instead of borrowing.
It seems like that's the problem is anytime you have money, he wanted to even join the winter road and the summer road and combine it, and that would have been a disaster. You remember him saying that? He wanted to take the money and put it, yeah, that,
They actually, they used to be joined together and it was, a few years ago that we said, no, actually, let's divide them back up.
right. So you gotta be careful on how this, you know, plays out, cause all your money could be gone.
Bob Douglas.
Yeah, that's right. You want them, he put them back there. And I was the one who insisted that, actually, let's keep summer roads and winter roads separate. And in some ways, what that did was because there's only two accounts in municipal budgeting that you can overdraw without really having trouble. One is the general assistance in case you have somebody who really needs your help, and the other one is the roads, because you never know how bad the winter's gonna get. So the long and the short of it is, when you combine winter roads and summer roads, that means that
You would hit this button.
that puts you in a strange budgetary position.
Didn't we have to have like an emergency meeting one year, cause winter road was going over
We have someone
it? Okay,
that
but-
wants to join in. Lenny?
I'm just listening and some of this sounds like personnel issue and I believe the person has left. It just sounds like it's, you know,
No?
you know, you all know who you're talking about. And if you're not happy with the performance, then it sounds like you need to have a personnel meeting and that would not be public.
No, we're
Oh,
talking
it's
about
the
road
problem.
budgets.
Talking also about a person and how you feel about that person's job performance, Susan.
No.
You brought it up. You brought up
I
Bim's
just said I don't.
job performance.
Okay, thank you, Lenny.
You're welcome. I'm just saying that isn't, you know, protocol.
In any case, the last time I checked, our agenda item is town report preparation. So all of our discussion about the roads right now and posted roads and why they're allowed to drive on them sometimes. And all of this other stuff is extraneous to what I think we're supposed to be looking at. And we're not gonna go home unless we finish our agenda. So I'd like to discuss them into.
So you're okay with the warrant the way it is? For now, I'm gonna make those changes.
So now, let's see if we can. If you can hear from someone about the. Bond thing, if we have to have so many days for this or so many days for that, I don't know. Too bad we didn't have enough time for. Informational meeting.
Oh, yeah. But right now it is with this. Um,
think we move the warrant ahead as it is and look for a little feedback from Leanne, but I really feel that the community would like to be involved in their,
We should to find out, Leanne.
in their road budget.
And then what? Go from there. If we can have a special meeting. Hearing. Okay, so I let you know, then you're gonna call a special selectmen's meeting or something? Or
If we can do it, yeah.
But you have to have a selectmen's meeting to call a hearing. Okay.
Can I ask a question? Can you just call a hearing tonight? You're having a meeting, can you just call a hearing tonight?
Well, the catch is, we don't know what the regulation, I know I've said this three times now. We don't know what the regulations are for this particular type of hearing around a bond issue. I'm pretty sure there is some kind of a rule around having a hearing, but is it a 2-week notice? Is it 2 weeks, 3 weeks? I mean, I don't know
So
that.
first you need to schedule another meeting to get that information so that we can schedule a meeting.
Can you Google it?
I tried, I read the town meeting manual.
Is
That's the best I can do.
Yes.
is it all possible to use tonight's select board meeting to call this special public hearing and then do your legwork in the 2-week time frame that you designate, let's say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever?
So that would be,
We have to.
that'd be May 2nd.
It's
That's
easier
when,
to cancel it than to try to figure out when to pop it in.
You know, that's also a possibility.
Schedule
Well,
it, cancel
what
it.
she's suggesting is that since we are in a select board meeting at this time, that we schedule a public hearing, and if it turns out that that would not be legal, then we cancel.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Go for it.
That's
I mean, that seems reasonable, you know, it's hard, and honestly, sometimes it's a little hard to come to reason when there's been this much.
And that might make him have
This much,
if we got one in the works.
Everybody wins.
This much strife, yeah.
He gets heard, he gets to explain, people get to ask questions.
Everybody.
You guys were off the hook.
Everybody needs to be heard. Well, I don't know if we're off the hook, but it's somehow, anyway, that's fine. Yeah, might be a little bit off, but that's fine.
Okay, now it's up to you guys to pull that off.
They want me try that
okay,
That buys us a little time to.
as soon as possible.
well, it's probably gonna be 2 weeks, so that'd be May 2nd.
I don't know. It could be 7 days. You have to get notice out. I'm not sure.
7
tried to
days I'm
find-
here, so you guys would do it without me, which wouldn't surprise me, but
Plus there's other things involved. The warrant has to be approved on May.
we gotta let
2nd.
people know so that
I
they
have
can
to get a
attend.
financial thing ready to go with the article.
May 2nd. Or May 18th, May 2nd is 2 weeks. Select board's at 7,
May 2nd is 2 weeks.
and she has to have things in for the book then.
And if they don't mind. And say if they don't mind that this hearing or whatever, so bring it up as a warrant, you don't have time. That day. If they say it has to be in the paper 2 weeks before the hearing, then it's not gonna work. It's just not gonna happen.
You schedule it for them.
She can get it first, she can get it. No, because
No,
the town report's going to the printers on the
That-
7th. I hope.
That's the thing, that's why when we say.
Call up tomorrow, we can. Yeah, I'll come in tomorrow and see if she answered me.
It is what it is.
So a motion? Not emotion, a motion.
It's been enough emotions. already.
So I make. Did we already accept what's in the current?
We have.
No, that'll be the next meeting. I'm working towards that.
Yeah, we like it with the changes that have been made. So far.
So
Do you wanna make a motion to call a hearing or?
I'd like to make a motion to call a hearing for May 9th.
No,
Oh, I thought that's what we just said. I just heard
he
something.
said May 9th. Don't listen to everything he says.
I don't. I just heard May 9th.
No,
That's why I just put that.
no, the town report is going to the printer on the 7th.
May 7th.
May 2nd is the latest
Yes,
possible.
I understand that. And I was just told that she can't even get information till tomorrow, which is Friday.
No,
2
but we,
weeks is
if
not
we-
it.
yeah, but if we have to cancel, we have to cancel.
Right,
We're just
At
waiting.
least then we would have a hearing in place.
We have
Because
a
we have to
hearing in
meet
place.
to have a hearing, and our next
Okay,
meeting is
great.
not till the 2nd.
Great,
So
I thought
to
you
save
guys said
us
the
having
9th,
to
but she
meet
can't go till
again,
tomorrow.
I know you want to save us having a meeting.
All right, what time?
6 o'clock?
We can hardly wait.
Me too.
We'll all be here.
Okay, what did we say?
I don't doubt that.
Make a motion that we're gonna have a
Public hearing.
public hearing with input, because that's the whole point.
No, a hearing is, you don't have to say within, because hearing is about, it's actually about listening. It's called hearing, but it's about listening. So,
Right, but I thought the whole point was so he gets feedback too.
oh, he'll be here.
Oh, I know he's gonna be here.
That's automatic.
I just
Say,
mean,
public hearing regarding.
because he'll present it and then people can give feedback.
Oh, yes, they are.
So
What
for
did
May
we say? May
2nd,
what?
Was there a second?
May 2nd. When was it? May what?
2nd.
So this is.
No, she seconded. Who's up first?
May 2nd, May 6th.
All in favor?
So, moving right along here.
So that when the public hearing is May 2nd?
May 2nd at 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
So
okay, broadband grant.
For the road
article, or
bond,
whatever has to be done that day. Separate.
Yes.
So.
we have a date on the calendar.
All right,
Yeah.
can we move along?
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Starting to get late, right?
Hello, I know
Oh my
them.
God,
I'm up at 5, so absolutely.
For God's sake.
We're on a plane at 7, so let's go.
Here we go. Mr. Eller, stop by my truck in the front seat. There is egg boxes for you.
I forgot about
I know you did, and I was about to let you leave without taking. I'm like,
Okay,
so Dawn's
certification.
there, but she won't bother you.
Oh,
I'm like,
okay.
yeah. Oh, she.
So are we done with preparation yet? We now need to do with,
Yes.
yes,
Now we're
Okay.
moving on to the.
oh, excellent, broadband, broadband grant funds.
Okay, well, I don't have all the information I need, but this is what I have. I did have a conversation. That's, I did a conversation, one of which I'm memorialized.
Should I stop there?
Yeah, you got it. Either do that in ultimate silence or leave it, because we're still trying to have our meeting.
Well, thank you.
Not that we don't appreciate your work, but we got it. So I had, so I memorialized one conversation by sending it to the text message. Yes, yeah. Which was the conversation I have with, Red Hadley of First One.
Yeah.
And I sent that to you in a text message, so you had a chance to see what that was about. So then I called Amelia, Purcell, of Community Concept Finance, who has been doing a lot of the work around broadband throughout all of, Eastern Oregon. So in that case, my conversation with Amelia was that First Light has actually received a grant to expand their fiber optic network. It's called the ILAC. I don't know what it exactly means because it is, excuse me?
Did they give you any where they're gonna expand it on Main Street?
No,
Well, if you listen up, you hear what I have to say, and this is all I have to say. So listen up, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm doing my best. These guys finally clear out, we'll be able to continue our meeting.
Al and.
You guys, outside, take it outside.
Thank you, and
Thank
thank
you
you
for
so
coming.
much for coming. Really appreciate you.
Honestly, Dawn. So ILAC is stand for interlocal something, we didn't know for sure, but anyways, this fiber optic expansion includes Hartford, but they've yet to sign this grant, so it's, it is, it hasn't, it's not effective yet. And this is, I believe, through, the main broadband access network, I can't even remember what it's called, but that's where that grant money came from. And she did say we probably should return it, and she was going to be checking with them so that I'd have the particulars of what to do with that, and she did not get back to me. But what she did say is that, this was a grant that was gonna be money for 1 to 2 years. And the Mahoosic area, which is the Bethel and Newry area, negotiated a deal that, will apply to all 13 towns, including Hartford, but then they were able to, get, I'm not sure from which town, but they were able to use ARPA funds. Do you remember when we
Yeah.
decided what to do with our ARPA funds?
Yeah.
I suggested rather than spending it all on culverts, that we should use it to expand broadband.
We haven't even spent the 4,000 yet. We've had it for 3 years.
Well, in any case. So, but we didn't choose to spend it on broadband, but they got that, and they got $10,000 from Bethel, and, I don't know if that's part of their ARPA or what, but, in any case, that was this conversation I had with Brent Hadley, he's the guy who actually works for First Light, and he basically said, yeah, I know, I hear from people all the time, but, that, the next place they're going is Bethel.
Yeah, I've talked to Brent for 2 years, and he tells me,
Hell of a nice guy.
oh yeah, Brent's a great guy.
Hell of a nice guy, but I don't think he's, I think he said, basically what I heard was that, inside of the next year to 2 years, we should have the entire town connected, but we are still waiting. And the main reason why we stopped attending, we attended so many meetings on expanding broadband.
So what are
all
we
these
gonna do with the
grants.
4,000?
Why do you all of a sudden stop doing the rest of the time?
Because other towns had no money to give them to help them with the last mile. It's like, if we had turned our ARPA funds towards that, we could pay them and they would have done all of these connections. Instead, we have to wait until they get around to it.
So we would give the money directly to First Light,
I don't know how that would.
pay them to.
I honestly, God, don't know exactly how that would have worked, but we didn't decide to do that, so I didn't look into it. Because that's not what we decided to do. In any case,
Doesn't sound
in
right.
any case, so,
It doesn't
so-
sound right.
it doesn't sound right. But, it'd be a little bit like giving your GA money directly to the person who applied for it rather than paying their landlord or paying for oil or whatever. So it does sound kind of crazy, but there's gotta be a way that was gonna work, and I don't know how that would. But in any case, that was, so the $4,000, she said, yes, you probably should return that. And,
Can we
she
give it to
said-
First Light? Maybe they'll do Ken's house.
Yeah, maybe. I don't believe so, but Mia said she was gonna look into this for me and she's gonna get back to me, and, I am also still waiting to hear.
Okay, good. So table it, so if you want it on the next meeting?
I'm afraid so. Because I don't have, I gave you all the information I have. I took notes in my phone conversation, but I don't have, more information, and I wish I had the time to email her and say something like, oh, let's memorialize this conversation, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from you, so maybe I could have her going, but I'll call her again and remind her that we need to know.
All right, certification of proposed building permit ordinance. Are we gonna keep it the way it is and then make some changes to our comprehensive plan?
Well, the comprehensive plan has to be revised, and that's
Yeah.
not something for us to do, something for, us to get a comprehensive plan committee, and then the committee will hold, oh my God, how many public hearings did we hold to do the comprehensive plan, like?
Hearings or meetings?
Well, there were hearings, these big meetings, comprehensive plan meetings where the public came in and gave their 2 cents worth. There must have been one for every chapter in the comprehensive plan. There was, in fact, one for every section in the comprehensive plan. So it's good, it's a big deal.
Okay, do we want to certify what Peggy's put forward? I think we do.
I think we do. I don't think we have too much. I feel like we don't have too much choice. But to
No,
certify
not
it.
at this
Now,
point.
we certify it, it goes to town meeting.
Right.
It could get voted down at town meeting, anything could.
Yeah.
If voted down at town meeting, if it's voted down at town meeting, then there we are with no, nothing, and we can take whatever the state issues out, because they, they may decide that, oh, too many towns haven't been able to get this together, maybe we'll change our legislation, they've been known to do this.
Right, we need a motion.
Okay, make a motion, we accept the proposed building permit ordinance as written. Is there a second? Yep, all in favor?
Not crazy about it, but.
Well, it's not perfect.
Okay, open session?
I do have a letter from Jeff Stearns that he would like to have some.
That's excellent, because that was my open session item.
Oh. It's, to get a grant for that cost sharing
And it.
project.
And,
Yep.
and our share of the cost is already included in the road budget.
Yep.
Is that, just for the cost sharing of, dairy, Sparrow Rock, all
Yes. Yep. Yes,
15,000?
yes. We've been working with Jesse. Myself, I've been working
Is
with
he
Jeff
retiring?
Stearns.
Is that what I
He
heard?
is retiring. I've been working with Jeff Stearns for more than 20 years. You're missing. Excellent.
Yeah,
I mean, somebody's gonna take his place, but they're not gonna.
like
take
the
his place.
auditors. It'll be, we'll have to train them.
Well, let's hope it doesn't, let's hope the cost jump is.
Did you see the email from Leslie or not?
And then last year. I believe,
About app,
You did?
They
membership,
pulled in, got on his orange suit.
general
I'm gonna get
assembly.
shoveling away.
Nice guy.
Yeah, and I said, can I help you? You can, great, do you have a candy? We're fine, great.
I can't remember if Leslie sent.
He's looking at it,
Or just me.
and how it went down.
That's why I went out to speak to her, because I wanted to make sure she.
Now, well, very much down through, and he was gonna put it on his list.
Yeah. Like a whole letter to, basically, yes,
Is she willing to continue?
yes.
Oh, great.
And I said, well, I went out there, all I wanted was a yes or no answer, and she's like. I'm like, no, I'm still in the meeting.
It's getting cold in here, my feet are freezing.
It's getting a little chilly. So I'd like to move that we appoint, Leslie Vaness as the citizen representative.
I second that.
And I am also willing to continue to serve as the, select board representative to APCOG.
Wait.
I.
Are we doing another motion or? Cause
No,
in
no,
any
okay,
motion she said.
okay, one motion, okay, so can I get a second? For Leslie? Second.
All in favor? Great.
And I'm willing to, I don't know if we ever even made a motion on the subject, but I'm willing to serve as the, select board representative to APCOG.
I'd like to make a motion that we
I got my
continue to serve as a.
I got my 15-year pin.
Liz, did you want it?
No. I got my
No, good.
15-year pin.
Will you second
Some
that?
while
I'll
ago.
second it.
No,
Great, all in favor?
I don't know if I've done this for, I don't know if
I'll
I've
let
done
them
the
know.
whole 20 years, but it's been a while.
Congratulations.
Oh, it's so.
You're a winner.
You know, the one thing I can say about it is I go to General Assembly meetings for free and they do feed you, so there is such a thing as a free lunch. sort of. I mean, we still have to pay our dues, but we pay our dues anyway. So,
Okay, solar panel snow guard removal.
do what I can.
Well, we found out it's gonna cost $75 an hour to remove them guys.
Well, I guess I can understand it, you know.
Well, I mentioned that when you said, oh, we'll come back, we'll come back.
What's this? Come on, go.
Yeah, he mentioned you get $75.
Hold on.
Oh, Polly has her hand up.
Well.
Good.
Hi, Polly.
God, he turned just in time.
There you go.
Oh,
Polly has her hand up. Lenny unmuted hers. Holly?
Polly?
All right, can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah.
You're
All
on.
right. I'm not on Zoom very often, so I'm trying to figure this all out.
Happy to have you.
I'm sorry, when you guys were discussing the food bank issue, I couldn't figure out how to raise my hand.
Oh,
But,
I think you.
We already approved $1,000, Polly.
I was told
The
I was only approved, the budget only approved for 500.
No, that's the budget committee, but the select board recommended your 1,000.
It did, all right,
Yes.
because my costs are not going down. As you all know, grocery prices are going up. They're still going up, including ours. And my costs have increased considerably now. We have a new addition going on that we do have a grant for part of it. Whatever's over that, I have to contribute to. We need a generator and it needs to be hardwired in. I have to pay a part of that. We are buying a new freezer because one of ours is on its way out. We have 5 freezers and 6 refrigerators in our food bank. Hence the reason we cannot operate out of the kitchen at the town hall, because you can't feed 30 people twice a month out of a closet. It just doesn't work.
We've got your back, Polly.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that it was approved.
Kathy and Lee were standing up like superwomen for you. All good.
Yes, I saw that and I appreciate it. And thank you, ladies.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Just doing my job, man.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you. All right, solar panel snow guard removal. We do want to do that, don't we?
Yeah, we do, but if you read his letter, I mean, I don't have it in front of me right now, but I did read the letter. It's actually gonna involve like removing the panels and letting them off.
Is there any way to remove the snow off them with something soft?
Yeah, but you said there was scratch. Yeah, something soft that has,
Well, he was pretty vague when he said, do you want them on or off? I can just come get them off. I mean.
No, he didn't say you
So
charge
maybe when we,
$75.
maybe, well, okay, but so maybe what we need to do is, we don't have to. I'm not gonna promise it won't snow anymore, but I'm gonna bet that it probably will.
Pretty sure.
And because of that, I want to say that this is a classic case where we just take our bloody time and not panic over this. Here we are coming right into town meeting time here. We don't, I don't know that we have this, let's just assume that we can, maybe we should talk to him. I could talk to him. Somebody could talk to him and say, okay, at $75 an hour, how many hours do you think this is gonna take, buddy? Yeah, exactly. $75 an hour. It's like, oh my God,
Is it a 2-hour deal?
yeah, if you could do it in an hour or 2 hours, it's not that big of a deal.
And you
And we
get
can
it
get
back.
them up. I can tell you right
And
now,
they're just at the bottom.
I don't want to have,
Isn't it doubles?
I don't want to have.
I don't know if it's all the way up or just the
I mean,
bottom.
look,
There's some little ones on the upper panels and then a broad panel ones on the underside. I don't have anything like that on mine, and the snow slides off and beautiful. I couldn't believe how long that snow hung around last year. So I actually think we should get rid of the damn things. I wish we had been sold on them in the first place, but it just seemed like a good idea at the time, and I'd never heard of such thing. And we certainly didn't want to have it sliding down fast and landing on someone who's walking up a ramp. So we had reasons why we did that. But that said, we found out that it's probably not such a great thing. Let's have them removed but let's find out how long it's gonna take.
So tabled?
Yeah, tabled. It's gonna be a 10-hour job. We might want to have to think about budgeting for it. If it's only $150, we might be able to find some dough somewhere.
Did he indicate you had to take a panel off to do?
I guess they have to at least be lifted a little bit or something. you know, if I look here, I could probably find the letter, hang on.
I would think you'd have to
Okay.
think it would be that big of a deal.
Appointments and resignations.
Here we go. Hi, Leanne, this is Sean Kane with Kane Solar. Is it the board's expectation that we remove the snow guards free of charge? And certainly I can weigh the pros and cons of the snow guard athlete before we install them. The snow guard system is an integrated one, and we have to install intermediate dogs in between rows as we set panels. Consequently, we may have to remove panels in order to safely achieve this requirement. This requires a fair amount of staging and labor. That's the part we need to find out about. Before I schedule this work, I want to make sure the board understands there will be time and materials charged at $75 per man hour. How many guys do they need? Maybe it has to be a couple guys, right? Probably. So, as a small business, I'm sorry we can't absorb this request free of charge. And, you know, it's a small business.
Yeah.
I can understand that. I can understand that. So, in any case, what I don't have here, I think this is, oh yeah, yeah, I do have a number, so I will contact him and ask him about this. How does that sound? And then I can report back in our next meeting to let you know what I found out.
Yep.
And we can decide whether go ahead, we want to live with it or whether we have to budget for it or what. I think we don't want to live with it, so what can I say?
Okay, appointments
Seems like a
and
good idea.
resignations. Do we have anything new in writing?
No.
Great.
They would like to, is there an opening on the appeals board? They'd like to have Tom Terrell.
Somebody's coming up.
Who's Tom Taylor?
Tom
Tom who spoke up?
Rodriguez.
Rodrigue. Tom Rodrigue.
Yeah,
I don't think there's, unless it's an alternate. I didn't bring my list.
but,
What's that PO?
What's the appeals board?
Oh, appeals.
What,
Okay.
there
I heard
are only,
did too, I heard.
there's only two
I
boards
know, I've been
that
on.
the town needs to have. One is the appeals board, the other is the select board.
yeah, Leslie was mentioning that to me earlier.
That she needs an appeals person?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that
Tom.
Tom Pichello, was.
Anthony.
Anthony, sorry. So, and Tom on the. board.
Obviously, we're Tom.
So this other guy who used to be the alternate got moved to the, full member of the appeals board. And so I guess maybe they are short an alternate, but if we don't know that for a fact, we don't want to appoint somebody, right?
You want me to go get my list?
What's that?
You want me to go get my?
No.
The last time you looked, what is it, like 10?
Mm.
No, how about if we can take these two.
Any correspondence we need to review besides the,
Training.
oh, training.
Yeah.
And who would you like to go?
Me.
With
This
that
is-
table with Tom.
Yeah, you guys will just bring it up next time, because nothing's been. I don't, Androscoggin watershed, I don't know if anybody wants to go to that.
Yeah, well,
May 7th. I think
You guys
that's gonna
are
be a long.
tripping.
Oh, no, it's May
is it
7th.
for the you want the June webinar? Where did they get off? Somebody's gonna be there. So I move we approve. I move that we assume, this is what you go to the, communication and social media webinar? Yes, please. Okay, so I move we approve Leanne to attend the communication social media webinar.
Yes, I did.
All in favor? Now, Androscoggin Watershed Conference is 8:45 at the Senior Community Center in Pettingill Park. Have we ever sent anybody here?
What was it again?
It's about the Androscoggin Watershed.
Oh, that's the program that Jeff Stanfield spoke. Can I see this? Yeah.
Do I need to sign or anything? No, good. Great.
$25 for students.
I don't think this correspondence is in it. I didn't bring it up, but I think I told Kathy and I talked to someone else today. We don't have anybody to clean the beach this year, so we probably should have some volunteers ready to go rake and clean it up. Unless you wanna have Steve do it, but I don't know.
Right, see if we can find a community organization. I'll call the high school. I've already called them.
I'd go down, but I can't. Not allowed, but,
You're not allowed?
Mm-mm. I don't live in Hartford. But,
That's good.
people are buying stickers and love it. I'm warning them, it's probably a freaking mess down there.
Well, it was still early to clean. We had snow just a week ago.
I know, but it's May
Ugh.
and it's almost May.
May's coming, May's coming. Yeah, it's still early, yeah.
Walk down there, see how grand it is.
So maybe there are plenty of these, because we know we're supposed to take one and browse it, I think maybe something like that.
I'm gonna see if I can go to this. I'm not sure. I got to check my work schedule.
Risk management.
Do you wanna approve the money now or?
What's that?
45.
Yeah, I'm all set with it. I mean, I'm sure it was, I'm sure it was real. It's not going on. You didn't think I was in my mind. I think it was fun. Don't go by.
Well, I guess it was set.
Things included in this, find included in this packet, property in the streets, latest, I know, and the work that each of you respected.
Okay.
And every official, why have you sent this to us?
That's all I have.
Is this so that they can, are they sending?
I'm up
it-
all night. I have to get,
Are
I'm
they
being
sending
packed
this
with
to us
clothes.
So that they can send it to the West.
When you leaving?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're flying down.
At least you get to stay up late the night before the meeting, huh?
Hope you don't have trouble with the airline.
I hope
They
not.
are, they.
I hope not.
We're flying out of
Breeze. Flying apart?
What airline?
Breeze.
Breeze?
Breeze. I always take a leave into Florida.
And Rusty, oh, I usually do too, but my sister bought my tickets and wanted to work.
So you're adjourning at 10:40?
Well,
Are you adjourning at 10:40?
I'm adjourning. We are adjourning. Yeah.
I'm supposed to be getting. Your task is coming over tomorrow with the